two. Check two. What's up? What's up, folks? I guess when I turned on the stream, I was kind of like, maybe I should have let people know what was going on. I kind of was just like, I don't know what's earlier in the Discord. I said, I don't know what's happening. We'll see. I don't know. And then it's just like, maybe I shouldn't just surprise people. Maybe I should kind of let them know what time the show is going to start before it starts. You know, live and learn. What's done is done. What's done is done. The point is that I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you, and now here we are. Maybe I'll even tweet that I'm live. How about that? That's even crazier. It's even wilder. Okay. Look forward, not back. Thank you. The Obama ethos, which, you know, we do try to emulate over here. Big idol. One of my big personal heroes. I'd vote for Obama a third time if I could. I couldn't even vote from the first couple times, but I was a big critic of Obama. I mean, from pretty early on. But like, let's be honest. I'm gonna be open and honest with you. If I was American, if I did live in the United States, as critical as I was of Obama, I absolutely would have been a 2-time Obama voter. I'm sure I would have been. Obviously, in 2008, yes. But even in 2012, I would even though I was critical of Obama then, I can still look back at my tweets and I was like, oh, that Romney. Those Republicans are bad. They're bad. And I'm sure I would have voted for him under the... I don't like him anymore, but he's better than the alternative. That's what I would have done. I hope it made you feel better hearing me not pronounce words correctly last night. Yes, it did. And I'm sure you understood the difficulty and the pressure, Outrun, of trying to be on. You just got to be on all the time. You can never make a mistake, right? You can just never make one little mistake. Or you have to hear about it forever. I'm sure that's going to change your attitude moving forward about certain other things. Such as King Window. Valued community member King Window, according to Outrun. King Window is what this MF was saying. I swear to God, after the 5th time I said it or heard it, everyone was saying it the exact same way. That's all I could hear. King Uendo. It's funny because you said, what, it's pronounced exactly like... if I could imitate you, it's pronounced exactly like innuendo. And you say innuendo properly. 4 syllables. Innuendo. King Window. And you're like, it's exactly the same to me. Which is what you sound like, by the way. It's exactly the same. What I'm trying to say was saying king. This is what I'm saying, G. Kleppy. You're saying King Window exactly the same as innuendo and couldn't hear the difference. Very different. I hate you, but that's also an improved Southern accent, so now I'm less upset. I can do a less caricature Southern accent. I've always been capable of this. I've always been capable of doing a more subtle Southern accent. I just prefer to do it the big bombastic. The big bombastic cartoonish version. You're just kind of doing Forrest Gump. It's more subtle than that. It's more... You played yourself. It's more subtle and respectful than Forrest Gump. Come on. Shocking that the G leading into a vowel and an N leading into a vowel leads to a variation. Interesting as well that every single other person that says this seems to have no problem with it. That's kind of odd, isn't it? No one else seems to have this issue. Very strange. Rob, can you do your Southern accent again? I missed it. Okay. I mean, as I've said repeatedly, sometimes in an effort to offend some of our Southern community members, I like to adapt more of a bombastic, cartoonish accent, Southern accent. despite this, I've always been capable of using a more subtle, respectful version. I just choose not to. It's a matter of personal choice. The only thing that's missing from Rob's versus mine is the underlying charm. Just sounding like my Uncle James. Georgia Peach Rousseau. That's what everyone calls me. That's what everyone always calls me down back home. Right? You people don't understand. I mean, I can go into any culture. I can go into any culture, any part of the world, and I'll just fit right in there. I just disappear. I can just disappear right into these different cultures. Your Honor, I'm just a simple country lawyer. I don't understand these highfalutin concepts. I do know a thing or two about justice. Our Pat's in The Devil All the Time did a great southern accent. That was wonderful. That was pretty cartoonish, though. I think I'm going to set up weekly production meetings so I can force Rob to do tech stuff and practice accents. That's probably a good idea, Lodane. That's probably a good idea. I did try to... The thing is, they updated all the alerts on Streamlabs. And I have no... I was trying to do the new one today, the 10 plus gifted subs alert, and I just couldn't figure it out. Now I'm starting to want to talk like this all the time. This is a problem. Barman a mint julep for my northern friend, if you please. Nicolas Cage in Con Air is the only accent ever. Obviously, he just crushed that. Obviously. I do declare. Future as an airline pilot. We may need to get you fully switched over to Stream Elements. It's probably a good idea. Yeah. It's probably a good idea. Mayhaps I'll just do the entire stream like this. What do you think about that? Well, all right then. That's a thing, right? You say that. That's a southern thing. That's a southern thing. Yeah, I've been to Texas. I had a chicken fried steak down in Texas. Delicious. Had a chicken fried steak with a nice can of Lone Star. Tremendous. Use a straw to chew on while doing the voice. I'm gonna start wearing overalls too with no shirt on underneath. that would be a good look for me, I think. It's funny how wrong because I know that you don't actually sound like that. Like that's not what your accent sounds like at all. That's just my stab at doing a southern accent that's more like less cartoonish than my normal version where I go like this and I was yelling all the time. That's more of a Texas oil baron. More of that kind of a thing. This is the cousin of the Scottish accent, the cartoonish Scottish accent, where yelling is a big part of it. Yeah, the Alex Jones special. It's the cousin of the Scottish accent. Because the cartoonish Scottish accent, you're also yelling all the time. Right? It's very similar. The cadence is different. The vibe is remotely similar. And of course, I am capable of talking in a more subdued Scottish accent as well. Sometimes I default to a more cartoonish version, but that doesn't mean I'm not capable of dialing it down. That Mike Myers was on stream for a sec. He's probably the big influence for me. I gotta dial that shit down. Gotta dial it down. Ach. So then you can talk about Scottish things, but in the Southern accent, though, too. I think I'll have me. Well, give me one of them haggis with some nips and taters, just like my granddaddy used to make. Some nice haggis, nips and taters. Gonna go on, put on my kilt later on. Scottish on your mother's side and German, Irish on your dad's. Well, the close. I mean, Rousseau should be a giveaway. It's Scottish on my mother's side and French on my dad's side. Although my dad was like my dad's family were like English francophones, basically. It was true though. When I got to it, I end up in a foghorn leghorn sound. Eventually, in the friendship compound, we're going to experience this. And dodging a Twitch suspension by just pretending to be from anywhere but Canada. That Rob Rousseau character, I never heard of him. Never heard of that varmint. Nope. Names, you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob Rousseau? Never heard of him.
And thank you, Dakadoon, for the 10 months resub at tier 3. I really appreciate that, Dakadoon. Thank you. Rob Rousseau, I never heard of that varmint. Names. Hold on. Trying to think of a good. I'm looking at a list of Southern names. Can't really find anything that really screams Southern to me. One tarnation? Rousseau, I guess, is kind of a Southern name. There's the whole Cajun phenomenon, the whole French. They pronounce it Rousseau. I guess that's true. Rawhide Rousseau. Carries a whip and a tiny linen bust. How long can I do this for? I don't know. Can I do a whole stream in this accent? That's the question. Good evening, I'm LaRue Rousseau. Rob LaRouche. Name's Rawhide Rob LaRouche. I was more smug than a summer day in Houston. Oh my god. Really, I mean, the point is, I'm just waiting for community member Red Scary to show up. I think that's who I'm going to need the ultimate approval of about whether I'm nailing this or not, or whether it's offensive. I imagine it's probably more offensive than anything. Probably Red Scare is going to be quite mad. Yeah. Happier than a pig in shit. He's on this accent like a duck on a June bug. Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart, chat. You thought I was Canadian this whole time, didn't you? You thought I was Canadian this whole time. We made it up. Wrong. We got you. Not this time. This one was created by a writer. It's an urban legend that never really happened. I really do have to stop, don't I? I really do. I'm actually trying to stop now and finding it difficult, and I still haven't tweeted that I'm live. And rather than tweet that I was live, I literally just talked in a southern accent for 20 minutes. I've been enjoying this segment from the kitchen cooking my morning grits. Hell yeah, Sin Chow. I'm happy you approve. We got a real live Texan in the chat here with Sin Chow. She approves of my chameleonic ability to mimic other cultures. Oh my stars. We live, y'all. Neo lives make Rawhide Rousseau madder than a wet hen. Oh my gosh. Men would rather talk in a southern accent for 20 minutes than tweet that they're live. And sorry, Warlock, you had another comment here that I got distracted by my accent. This is how I feel when a foreigner when I try to speak with an American accent. I'm truly thinking of going full Zizek. It's weird that, like, obviously, like, when you have a Canadian or an American accent, it's like you don't think anything of like just doing an Australian accent or a British accent or a Southern accent or whatever. But for some reason, I find it really weird when British people or people from other cultures do American accents. I find it's so bizarre to me, but it shouldn't be bizarre, right? It's just like an American can talk in a British accent. It should go the other way, but it always seems weird to me. There's all these like actors that play Americans on TV that are British and stuff. It's so bizarre. They call him Rob the Chameleon Rousseau. Perfect impressions across all languages. That's right. I'll tell you what. Ah. Alright, I tweeted. Tweeted that I'm live. It's too late. It's too late, Outrun. I attached a screen grab, even though that does look exactly like me. You're British, aren't you, Sam? The thing is, I don't know what other accent I'd attempt to use. Most of the media I grew up with and learned English from is American. Yeah. What's the cat doing? Okay, the cat wants to come down. One sec. People from Twitter are going to show up here, and it's going to be an empty chair. Okay, so she was there up at the top of the door. She was up at the door making all kinds of racket. And then I opened the door and she's just standing there. And she didn't want to come. Now, Sam, I must say, I saw your comment, and I do take that as a bit of a challenge. I have spent some time in the UK, and I believe I am capable of sounding sort of British. This is more of the posh version. She's doing the noise again. And then there's the sort of British accent. It's like, this is sort of a way that some people talk in England. That's like, it sounds like you're always asking a question. So it's like, every time you say something, there's a bit of a raise in the way. It sounds like everything, even if you're not asking a question. Even if you're not asking a question, there's sort of this inflection at the end of every sentence. Oh, you got a license for that accent, bruv? It's Thank you, Sam. It's Tuesday, innit? The British also love to do rhetorical questions, right? It's not just saying in it, but it's like you ask yourself rhetorical questions. Like, I'm not going to do that, am I? He's not going to do that, is he? They're not going there, are they? Eventually, I'm going to alienate every single person that listens to this stream. Every single person from a different culture that comes to this stream, I'm going to alienate them. They're going to be very angry. If you're from the South, if you're from England, if you're from Scotland, it doesn't matter. The South, it's my goal to alienate every single culture of every viewer of this channel. My name's Michael Caine. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. My name's Michael Caine. Don't worry, people of the world, no accent is goofier than that of the true North Canadian, and that's true. Hey, I'm just gonna do some genocide, eh, bud? Hey, what I like to do is sit and smoke a few darts, have some beers in the stolen land, eh, bud? That's the most offensive version at all. That's the most offensive, alienating accent of all. There's 3 things I like here, bud. Now I'm getting all confused of the southern accents creeping in there as well. This is bringing up a traumatic memory. Take off, eh? This bring up a traumatic memory. In college, I had an English phonetic class that I entirely skipped because it was too early in the morning. So at the end, I had an exam where I had to recite a poem from memory. Then I had to read a text with phonetic marks, whatever they're called, which I had no idea how to do. To add to the sheer embarrassment, I had to read it with a British accent, which I can't pronounce for shit. Both me and the professor damn near died from cringing. That sounds very difficult. Hey, you see the Leafs game last night, eh, bud? That Matthews kid's gonna pop in 60. Hey, what's freaking going on over here? Hey, oh. What's freaking going on over here? Oh. That's the Winnipeg accent. Hey, bud, let's hop on the ski-doos and take a ripper down to the Tims for some jam busters, eh? Better throw in the muckers. Could be slushy, eh, bud? Love this. The wise guy. This could be a new character. This character could have legs. Oh yeah. This is getting a little bit out of hand. I know. I don't know what's going on actually. I've been live for 42 minutes. I've been doing this for 40 fucking minutes. This bit got stale literally half an hour ago. This literally got stale at least half an hour ago. Maybe at the beginning. Maybe right at the very, very beginning. It's a fabulous bit. Thank you, Maxie, for your support. Eric is really into this as well. For some reason, though, the one that really feels comfortable to me is to go like this. For some reason, I don't know why. I almost just want to lapse into this one. I just want to lapse right into this one. I can't do German. I can't do that. Warlock, where are you from? Are you from Norway? Where are you? I can't remember. And I know Starlight is Polish. The defeat on that man's face. I love this arc. Politics through accents from now on. It helps to be extra subversive when you're talking about these kind of tinfoil hat anti-imperialist conspiracy theories. For some reason, you talk like this, kind of takes the edge off a little bit, don't it? Sinchel supports me. I appreciate this. Do a French Canadian accent. I'm only capable of talking in a French Canadian accent like this. It's much more cartoonish when I do this, lah. Also, I can only do the French Canadian accent when you talk like you've been smoking 12 pack a day, Callis. C'est tellement ma culture ici, mais it's difficult for me to talk in a normal Quebec accent. It's got to be more this cartoonish version. I can't do je peux pas faire un accent subtle québécois. J'ai seulement l'accent comme un cartoon, comme ça. It's funny because the Quebecois accent is kind of it's like the southern accent version of French. Like when you talk to people in French in France, like in this kind of accent, in this style, they look at you, they're just disgusted. They're like, get the fuck out of my face. It's like a nerdier Cajun. Yeah, it's like they look at it like you're from some backwater colony, which we kind of are. that's just the resting French face. That's just how they sound. Rob, please say, no, you overcooked the pasta. It should be al dente. Do a CIA accent. Oh, wait, you're already speaking that. It is kind of interesting, isn't it? That I have this ability, right? I bet you didn't know I had this ability to lapse into different accents like this and disappear into any culture. I wonder who could train me to do that. I wonder if I could have done any training down in Langley, Virginia. You know, it's not easy to be able to have the ability to disappear into any different culture around the world. Not many people have this ability. It's taken many years of training. It's taken many years of training to be able to do this. Know a guy only eats mushrooms. Name's Wednesday. Does Quebec have the most communists in Canada? I mean, maybe it's possible. I mean, there is a tradition of leftism in Quebec that I think doesn't really exist elsewhere, but that's still not saying all that much. Yeah, you might say it's an asset to have this ability. You might say that. Have you not done... There's some that I can't do, though. Like, I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to sound stupid. Like, I can't do Australian. I can't do German. I don't think I can do Russian. You know, I don't want to humiliate myself. I don't want to... Listen, I'll tell you what. I don't want to humiliate myself more than I already have today. I don't want to humiliate myself more than I already have, because I'm already reaching maximum humiliation potential. You just say, oh, nar, nar, nar. How about a Margaritaville accent? I do love that song, Starlight. It's one of my favorite songs. Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Searching for my lost sugar and salt. You know, I genuinely love that song because, like, it's one of the ultimate examples in music of non-toxic masculinity. And I like how over the course of the song, he goes on this journey. It's shaker of salt. Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was sugar and salt because there's sugar in a margarita and there's salt in the liner. Are you sure about this? Like the margarita, there's sugar in it, right? That's what I always thought the lyric was. I do love the song. Also, strawberry margaritas have sugar rims. Thank you. Fuck. We're 100% sure I've personally been to the Margaritaville restaurant in Las Vegas. We'll see about this. It's sweet, though. Yeah, maybe you're not putting sugar in it. There's orange liqueur in there. A traditional margarita is actually a strong, tart cocktail Made with 3 simple ingredients: good quality tequila, orange liqueur, and freshly squeezed lime juice. There's sugar in that orange liqueur flavor, for sure. It's got a sweetness to it. I don't even drink them. Oh. Anyway, I do love the song because he goes on this emotional journey throughout the song. You know? And he's like, some people say that there's a woman to blame. Why am I like this? Why am I on this bender right now? Why am I on this bender? Some people say that there's a woman to blame. And then the first verse is like, oh, it's nobody's fault. So even at the beginning, he's not blaming a woman. He's just like, it's no one's fault. It's no one's fault that this has happened. And then in the second verse, he's like, it could be my fault. And then in the last verse, he's like, yeah, it's okay. It's my fault. I did this. Anyway, this has been very productive. There's naturally occurring sugar in that orange liqueur, all right? Orange liqueur. You're telling me there's not some sugar content in there? DIY orange liqueur recipe. This is interesting. This is interesting. Ingredients: 1/4 cup zest from 3 small navel oranges, 1 tablespoon dried bitter orange peel, 1 cup brandy, 1 cup vodka, 4 whole cloves, 2 cups sugar. I bet you feel pretty silly now, don't you? Again, moving goalposts, you're describing it as if the sugar was an ingredient. Okay, well, that's not what I meant. Okay? I just assumed that there's like a sweetness to the margarita. So that's what I thought the lyric was. You get some sugar in there in the actual margarita, and then you get the saltiness around the side or on the brim. Yeah, okay, I got the lyrics wrong. Okay, fine. You do understand that reading an orange liqueur recipe to us does not alter the lyrics of the song. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Well, I like that lyric. Okay? I'm not going to challenge Jimmy Buffett. Okay? This is not becoming a meme. Okay? This is not becoming a meme. The rim. Fuck. You know, I'm a serious journalist, all right? And I'm trying to talk about important things, and this is what we're doing now because of the chat. This is what we're doing because of the chat now. Really mature. Yeah, thanks. There's a lot of important stuff going on in the world right now that we need to talk about. Unfortunately, because the chat is like really, I don't know what's going on with the chat today. Now we're spending time on this. Very immature. Very immature on the part of the chat today. It's like the chat is wasting away again in some sort of small booze-related town. I don't have that downvote. I don't have that downvote option yet, Outrun, but I would downvote you for this. I would downvote your comment. I don't have that ability, though, unfortunately. We're dropping this after today. This is not becoming a bit. We're dropping this after today. Let's focus on the really important thing, which is me doing really good accents earlier. That should be the takeaway from this segment, not any of this other nonsense, any of these other distractions or disinformatia. Thank you, Maxi. That should be the main takeaway from this segment. Mocked, humiliated, and laughed at in death by his son, hounded by the chat. When will Rob earn the respect he deserves? Thank you, Crad Babes. I'm often wondering that myself.
As per Outrun's request, King Uendo.
He speaks. A voice from the chat. Can you believe that Outrun guy was fucking that up? Can you believe that? Let's talk about that. Can you please confirm for the record that Putin is bad? Absolutely. That is true. Let's talk about how Outrun was messing that up. Can you believe that guy? King Window. Let's get some King Windows going in the chat. That was ridiculous. Can you believe that character? Mispronouncing all kinds of stuff. He does have a nice voice. It's true. I'm not clicking on the clip, Dave. This guy was saying King Window. Outrun. Unbelievable. No one's liking my reply to Outrun on Twitter, by the way. I'm going to need someone to get on that. No, it's thus far it has not one like. I made a decision not to. Wow. Okay. In other news on the show, reconnecting with Rania next week to set a date and time for Rania Kalik to come on. That's cool. She's in Venezuela right now. But we're going to reconnect next week. So she will be coming on soon. God damn it. Oh, this is just a disaster. Really, you should screenshot if you're going after smaller accounts like this. I support the troops both sides. Thank you, human person. Thank you. For fuck's sake, put him on the next flight to Venezuela. Thank you, yeah. Great reference. Mm. Okay. Okay, so Ron, now I'm trying to be serious. Let's move on past all whatever. We don't need to get into what happened earlier in the stream, okay? We don't have to get into what was going on earlier. It's not important. It's not important. And we should just move on. And move on to something else. Move on like them tumbleweeds. Let bygones be bygones. I actually did that on purpose to mess with all you guys. Did you ever think about that? You played right into my hands. You played right into my hands. Yet again, the puppet master. I knew that would get everyone talking, and that increases my engagement. And the Twitch algorithm sees that people are chatting because of certain things that have been said, and then it shows my content to more people. And who profits from that? Who benefits from that? Me. You walked right into my trap. Played 5D chess like a fiddle. That's right. I bet you all feel pretty foolish now, don't you? Tricked into chatting. Oh no, don't keep chatting in my chat and watching the stream to look at these fuck ups and misremembered lyrics from Jimmy Buffett songs. Oh no, you're really owning me. Ooh. Please stop. I really hate it. Yeah, I am actually laughing. Ha 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 ha. It's funny to me actually. Please do not write that I got mad. Oh, no, no. My fucking menchies now are just out of control. This is outrageous. Zero respect for me. Discord. We'll try to do a show today. There's lots of important stuff to talk about. Yeah. Rob's CIA codename was Puppet Master. That's right. And listen, Red Scary. The one thing I was trying to do today was demonstrate that I was capable of doing southern accents that aren't quite as cartoonish and bombastic as the one I was attempting before, which I did specifically to offend and enrage certain southern members of the community. But now today I was using this more subtle version, my southern accent. And I'm sure you agree, Red Scary, that I could, if I wanted to, disappear into any community. I have this chameleonic ability to mimic other accents. And I could disappear tomorrow if I wanted to. And no one would ever know. I'm the meanest, roughest, toughest hombre that's ever crossed the Rio Grande. And I ain't no namby-bamby. Showing up in rural Georgia with that accent would be shot within 15 minutes. If you came down here, you're going to get turned loose in a swamp and left there, my God. Oh my goodness. It's outrageous. Sin Child likes it. She's from Texas. She appreciates this. Everyone here knows I don't sound like this. Like, everyone heard me on Scary Knocks. It's interesting because if we try to listen to it now, it's impossible. It's impossible to listen to. Very interesting. I have my son's cowboy hat somewhere, but it's not down here. I'd have to go all the way upstairs to get it. And it'd be very small. He got it when he was about 4 years old. That's Forrest there. I like to think it's more Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee Jones in No Country for Old Men. I'm charging Rob with the first case of reverse racism. I really have to stop. I really have to stop this. You sound like a televangelist on ketamine. What are you laughing at? A Canadian do a southern accent while wearing a small cowboy hat. Not a cult. Rob's the master, just eating up time on streams. One of the best to ever do it. This feels like a very dangerous situation. Billy Bob Thornton on Q vibes. Amazing how he was vindicated for that, eh? Human person. Remember when like everyone was like vilifying Billy Bob for that interview? And boy, how the tables turned on that one, didn't they? That was very tense. It was when Billy Bob Thornton gave an interview on CBC, the show Q on CBC, hosted by Gian Gomeshi, and was super like because he was there to promote his music, and Gomeshi was asking about like acting because he's a famous actor, and he got super upset. And then later on, if you're not familiar with what happened to Gian Gomeshi, he had a little bit of a fall from grace. Little bit of a fall from grace for Gian Gomeshi, who hosted this segment. And yeah, at one point was a big, a big shot in the world of Canadian music business and radio, talk radio.
Let this be more proof.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Fucking finally someone bails me out with this horrible beginning to the show. Who is this? One moment. Who's this? Thank you, Squatch Drew. Thank you, Squatch Drew, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate that. Someone appreciates me in this community. Someone doesn't just want to mock me all the time. I can't play your video in Chrome. We'll just have to listen to Red Scary.
Let this be more proof that Rob's southern accent is truly an abomination.
I sounded exactly like that. I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference at all.
Well, the sound of Mod Billy is a blending of pop music epitomized by bands like the Byrds and the Monkees, imbued with some good old American hillbilly sensibility. Mod Billy is also the name of the new record by my guests, the Boxmasters. If the name Boxmasters sounds familiar, there may be a couple of reasons why. Firstly, Mod Billy is the Los Angeles-based trio's 3rd album in the last year alone. Yes, this is a band with ambition. Secondly,
have fun at work,
Boxmasters'
Squatch Drew. Thanks
principal
again.
songwriter,
I appreciate
singer,
it a
and
lot.
drummer is a guy named Billy Bob Thornton, whose other job, some of the time, is Oscar-winning screenwriter, actor, and director. While Billy Bob Thornton's name is most often linked to his cinematic endeavors, the Boxmasters is anything but a diversion from the silver screen. He's always intended to make music, and he just got sidetracked.
You can tell he's mad already.
It's a major priority.
He's so mad already.
He's obviously embracing, and I'm pleased to have all the members of the Boxmasters, Billy Bob Thornton, J.G. Andrew, Mike Butler, and Danny Baker here in Studio Q. Hello, boys.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to have you here. 3 albums in the past year.
Yeah.
That seems ambitious.
That's the ones that have been released.
Yeah, we've got a lot more than that.
There's more.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys formed, Billy Bob, you guys formed only in the last couple of years, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How so?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, when did the band form?
I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, well, when did you guys first start playing together?
We started about 2 years ago, and we haven't stopped since we got the ball rolling.
And you've made 3 records in that time.
We've actually made about 5
Billy Bob
records,
is so upset.
and of course,
And he's been vindicated now. As Gian Gameshi, as people are pointing out in the chat,
the one that'll be
I was outed as
out later in the year called Bellflower,
extreme
double CDs,
sex
one disc
pest.
of all originals, 1 disc of all covers.
Very sordid
And,
tale.
So we've got those, and then we've put out a Christmas record, and then we've got 2 other ones that we've got mostly done as well. So we'll figure out something to do with those as well.
And you're currently on tour with Willie Nelson.
And Ray Price.
And Ray Price.
So it's a fantastic bill.
Have you done shows before this run with Willie Nelson before?
Yeah, we did a run last November and December for a few weeks with Willie in the States, and it was amazing. It was great, you know.
What do you learn from Willie Nelson, Billy Bob?
I've never met him.
Are you being ironic or are you being serious?
I don't really know him.
You've never met Willie Nelson?
Well, I said hello to him once. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
You guys don't really hang out on tour. You don't know what I mean.
No.
Why do I get the impression that you're going to answer with you don't know what I mean if I ask you things? So how is it that did Willie choose you guys to come on tour with him?
Shit, I don't know.
Right. All right. Well, this new record.
And again, I don't want to defend Gian Gameshi here. He's a creepy dude. And very, very well-deserved fall from grace for Gian Gameshi. I've always found it is kind of odd, I think, when you are an Oscar-winning actor to appear in an interview. And because he just mentioned it. He literally just mentioned, and he's an Oscar-winning. Like, if you're in a band, that's a pretty legitimate thing, I think, to bring up. If one of the people in the band is a famous Oscar-winning actor, he just mentioned it, and he's so upset by the fact that he got mentioned. They would not send interns to the show until Gian was gone. Yeah. Again, very well-deserved fall from grace for Gameshi. He's a very creepy dude. It came out after this. That's why it's very interesting, because for a while this was like he was held up as the kind of heroic figure in this, and everyone hated Billy Bob Thornton. This became this big controversy, and now he's kind of been vindicated because he was being a prick to this guy. We can debate about the reasons for that. He was being a huge prick to him, but the guy ended up being exposed for being very creepy.
Double record, half original songs, half covers. Tell me about the decision to include an entire record of covers.
Well, early on we decided that, we wanted to...
It is like the Santa Claus sketch. It's exactly like that, yeah.
Growing up.
It's two massive pricks colliding. That's kind of it, yeah.
We, really early, we're basically hillbillies that are really influenced by the British invasion. And, we just wanted to take all those influences. And there's so many great songs, through the years that we love that, it's got to pay tribute to them and, help reintroduce, music history to people so that people, when they hear our version.
It is a power move. I don't know what that means to when did you start playing with this band?
Michael Nesmith and Chad and Jeremy and everyone that we loved,
it
over the years.
Wanting to level the playing field for your less famous bandmates is kind of nice in principle, clearly not where he's coming from.
Old school sort of British first wave 60s music fused with Southern American twang to a certain extent. Did it always seem natural to you?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right, Jay Leno's Fire Truck.
Influenced by, so... it wasn't calculated.
He just gets a creepy vibe off the guy and isn't into it.
Got into the studio the first
he does
time,
get further into the explanation for
song.
why he's acting like that, though.
It's just the way it came out now. It's just the way we sound. I mean, we're all sort of similarly influenced by the same kind of artists and same genres. So it just ended up being that way. We recorded a couple of songs and then we sat back and was like, wow, that kind of sounds like, British Invasion, mixed with the stuff like Buck Owens and Del Reeves and stuff that we listened to anyway.
And that was true for you, Billy Bob, growing up? It was
You're gonna try again.
Combo of Stones and Monkees and Buck Owens?
I just liked baseball when I was a kid.
And you almost became a professional baseball player, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
But you didn't love music when you were a kid?
I subscribed to a magazine called Famous Monsters of Filmland, which the publisher was a guy named Forrest J. Ackerman, who passed away recently.
Yes,
Do
piss.
you remember what you were listening to?
That's the interview. Nothing else happened before this
They
either.
had a contest where you could build your own model, and it could be like a King Kong, or it could be anything from something that you created yourself to like one of the monsters that was actually in the in some of the magazines, like it could be Frankenstein.
I'm
all
with
the way
Billy
to
now.
Fatty
Yeah, I agree. At the
Alfred.
time, though,
They
it
made these
was
plastic
different,
models in
though.
those days that you could buy and put together. But this was like a thing you could create your own world of it. Build telephone poles, make the railroad tracks, and everything.
He's showing John how annoying it
And,
is to talk about something that doesn't have anything to do with
actually,
anything.
Did enter it once.
I guess so, yes, but I still feel it's somewhat relevant to bring up the fact that you're a famous actor, just in passing. Just in
It was a
passing.
big deal for us kids in those
Just
days.
literally saying Billy Bob Thornton, yeah, the famous actor.
And where's the music? Where's the music fit into that?
Music? No, it was a monster magazine.
Right. But given that you seem to be quite passionate about music, I was wondering about your.
Would you say that to Tom Petty?
Would I say that he's passionate about music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Would you explain why it's not a hobby?
Would I explain why it's not a hobby? Are you reacting to the fact that I said?
Yeah, I am. Since you're instructed not to talk about shit like that, yeah, I am reacting to that. Yeah.
I wasn't instructed to. I'm not really instructed. You guys are here as a band. You're performing, but
the producer was instructed.
Right,
So
but
somewhere along the way.
because I mentioned that you were an actor and a screenwriter.
First of all, that wasn't supposed to be mentioned either. But
that's just giving context, right? I mean, I'm happy to interview you guys as a band, but for the listeners, we're giving context for who you are. That's part of your trajectory, isn't it?
Not really.
It's not.
No.
You would prefer me to only do this interview not mentioning at all, and just to clarify,
that's correct, yes.
at all that you've
That's
ever
correct.
done anything in terms of acting, screenwriting.
That's correct.
Okay, but do you know that people are listening across the country and across North America,
Yeah.
and they might think that's odd that I would not mention anything to do with your past?
Well, I think it's odd that you have to smoke inside a white stripe outside.
That is also odd. But that, but that's a little different. That's a rule and regulation. I'm just trying to do a show and give people context for who you guys are.
Well, there's plenty of context without all that.
Right.
So,
I haven't watched this in a long time.
Well, I mean, it does occur to me that, the producers told me that you didn't want to, that they didn't want to focus on questions around your acting career, et cetera. And I'm cool with that because I'm happy to talk to you as musicians. It does also occur to me though that you're a pretty new band, and one of the reasons why you get attention is because of the career you've had.
we're not really new.
You're not?
Well, I've made 8 albums.
I know you've made a lot of them, but how long have the Boxmasters been together for?
I don't know.
The guys in the band
So
are just like...
even the greatest bands in the world don't. I mean, part of the attention that you're getting is because of the great career you've had in other ways.
I think maybe the Santa skit was based
what I'm
on
explaining
this.
is I'm not trying to be insulting to your musical.
Well, what I'm explaining is we said to not talk about shit like that. And we also said that we didn't want to hear anything about how this is my first love. You wouldn't say that to Tom Petty, would you? I understand music is your first love. Well, my first love was a chick named Lisa Cohn.
Also, it's pretty standard for a celeb to have off-limit topics in an interview. Billy Bob could have just walked out. It's dumb, but Gianna's being an ass too. It's baby brain, though, to think that nobody's going to mention the notable aspects of everyone's career in the band. It's like being in a super group and throwing a fit because they mentioned your previous band. If he was instructed to not mention it at all, I can understand being upset, but until that was dropped, I had no idea why he could be so upset. Shout out to Lisa, that's true. That's what I mean. It was just mentioned. It was literally just mentioned in passing, just introducing this band, which includes Oscar-winning actor and screenwriter Billy Bob Thornton. And that's the thing, he's kind of comparing himself to Tom Petty at the same time. He's like a massive actor. That's pretty notable. That's a pretty notable part of a band's bio, I think, right? It's dumb, but Gian sucks and could just easily adjust. Yeah, he could have just like apologized also, right? He could have just shut this shit down and said like, okay, I apologize. I didn't want to focus on the acting stuff, but I thought you could mention it offhand. I am sorry. Now can we move on? But I guess neither of them could let it go at that point. I think it's fair to say that Billy Bob was being a bit cranky and trollish here. Yes, I would say so. Yeah. Would you ask Mozart that question? Yeah. The idea that his band would be in this situation without his bio is insanely arrogant. I mean, that's the inescapable fact about this. And the interview was made more interesting in this way in any case. And that's why I wanted to bring it up too, because like he was really vilified for this, perhaps somewhat justifiably. But it's interesting now, after the fall of Gian Gomeshi, and all the horrible stories that came out about him over the last couple, I guess this was like 5-6 years ago now. It's kind of taken on a totally different light. It's very interesting to view it again in that context. This would be like if Tom Petty did a movie, which he did do. If Tom Petty appeared in the film, the post-apocalyptic Kevin Costner film, The Postman, and Tom Petty appeared in this movie, and if he was doing press for The Postman and someone mentioned that he was a famous rock and roll star and he threw a fit and compared himself to Al Pacino, it would be a little weird. That's right, yeah. If Tom Petty, during the press tour for the film The Postman, freaked the fuck out at anybody that mentioned his singing career. Or Mick Jagger in the movie Free Jack. The only takeaway I have from this is that Billy aged gracefully and looks very hot here. He has, yeah. He's very good in season 1 of Fargo. Nobody should be vilified for a bad interview unless it's a really nasty pattern. Yeah, I guess in Canada, though, especially Gomeshi this time was kind of untouchable. He was kind of like the golden boy of CBC. It's tough because Billy Bob has a chip on his shoulder about his music success, but it's still a dick move if it was an agreed upon term of the interview. Yeah, I agree. What's your favorite Billy Bob movie or a song? I've never actually listened to this album, I must admit.
You know what I mean?
All right. So I think the only reason we would do that is as a point of entry. So for people to, do you want to continue this if we talk about music?
That'd be great.
Okay. Well, if we can call a truce, then I can ask you questions about music, because I was asking you and you didn't seem to want to answer, but I'm cool to talk about that. So can you talk about your musical influences? Because there is an interesting fusion in this on this record.
Yeah, it's a mixture of the British invasion with hillbilly music, something that I know more about than, say, a band who's 20 years old, that you wouldn't say that to. Yeah. I grew up as pretty much a music historian, so yeah. Yeah, cosmic cowboy music.
I'm not a fan of the facial hair,
though. Do you know other? Can you think
the
of
facial hair doesn't work
who've
for
been
me.
Doing what you guys are
obviously, I'm a guy with
doing
I take this shit kind of shit very seriously.
Not in the last 30
kind of a
years,
cosmic gumbo. That's right.
And how do you find? Is it difficult? Like, it's interesting. You're opening for Willie Nelson. I'm assuming it's somewhat older country audience. Do different audiences react to you different ways? I mean, it's quite an eclectic double record. You know, you run the gamut from songs that sound sort of country to songs that sound rock and roll.
Well, the good news is that Willie's audience is pretty eclectic. He has everything from bikers to, old people to young people, and so somewhere in there you find an audience, or at least we do in Europe and the United States. Canadian audiences seem to be very reserved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've heard that before.
You know, we tend to play places where people throw things at each other, and here they just sort of sit there.
I think this is what he got vilified for as well, because then he started kind of shitting on Canadian audiences. Everything from bikers to old people. Yeah, he kind of started just like insulting Canada in general, which normally I'd support. But people take this shit very seriously, though. Where's the lie, though? I mean, there's a point as well. Yeah. Perhaps they're just not reacting like that to Billy Bob Thornton's band because, like, maybe they just don't inspire that reaction. That could be part of it as well. What's this cursed blunt rotation? Yeah, that's right, Lana. You remember this, Lana? Imagine hearing this interview without context. All I'd be able to think about is whether it was some other guy with the same name and voice in some dumb band I'd never heard of. We could do a listen. We could listen to this band, but I think we'd probably get in trouble, right? Maybe the band sucks, and hear me out here. What if Canada sucks? And it does. You know, I talk about how Canada sucks all the time, but this is what really set people off, though. This.
Doesn't matter what you say to them.
Even when you're playing, but you're playing theaters as well, right? Is that part
some
of it?
are theaters, some are like stadiums or whatever you want to call it. But it's very, well, it's mashed potatoes with no gravy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we got some gravy up here as well.
Yeah, you do actually on a lot of things.
Like it might be considered one of our national dishes, actually.
Absolutely, I've seen that in several shops.
Okay, well, listen. You guys are gonna play a song for us? What were you planning on playing?
The guys are going to do an instrumental version of a song called "Turn It Over," which is on this record that we have now.
Okay, you're not gonna play?
Well, I'm a drummer.
And you don't have your drums here?
No, we don't cart those around at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. All right, well, how about let's hear the instrumental version from the Boxmasters. You guys up for it?
Sure.
These guys are just they're thrilled to be proceeding with this. How dare we say we just sit there and not react to music, I mutter to myself while sitting entirely motionless and frowning. There's elements of truth to it. I'm not sure the Boxmasters were really inspiring that kind of a big reaction. There are certainly bands that come play here that probably get better reactions. It's exactly it's like the Santa sketch on I Think You Should Leave, which I think we've determined over the course of watching this, Lana, that was specifically based on this actual interview. If you're the drummer, why are you even talking? Drummers never talk to the interviewer. Yeah. This is all on Q and G on 110%. I think it's yes and no. Yes and no, I would say. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't agree that it's 110%. I think he's pretty crotchety for someone mentioning his Oscar-winning acting career. Just literally just mentioning it offhand and then spending the entire time talking about the band. I can't imagine people not being super hyped for these guys while waiting for Willie Nelson to come on, knowing full well that the only reason that they're there playing for Willie Nelson is because of the Oscar-winning actor that's in the band. Like, everyone watching the band understands this. Right? Everyone understands this watching the Willie Nelson tour with the Boxmasters. Is there anything else? I can't remember.
This is the Boxmasters. This is JD Andrew, Mike Butler, and Danny Baker. And Billy Bob doesn't have his drums, so he's not going to be performing on this version of the Boxmasters. Billy Bob, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely.
Have a good rest of your tour.
We'll give it a shot.
All right, man. The Boxmaster's currently on tour with Willie Nelson, playing tonight and tomorrow night at Toronto's Massey Hall, Montreal this Friday, London on Saturday.
The facial hair doesn't work for me. I agree that he's a hot older man, but the facial hair does not. I'm not into it. I got stabbed in the mosh pit at a Boxmasters show because I mentioned Billy Bob's acting career. Strong agree on the facial hair. They could have been called the Box Cutters. And they could play a show on 9/11. That would be controversial. I don't have a soul patch carrier wave. What is that? I mean, sometimes I got some stuff growing in there, but like not really right now. I just shaved it. Not you. Okay. Jesus. It's like, what? It's the goatee talking, not Billy Bob. Maybe I should. That can be my new thing. It's very good that we've gone on now an hour and a half and done nothing. That's fun. I had all kinds of really important, serious stuff to talk about. And I spent almost an hour doing funny accents, and that's all that happened. Nothing else. The bass player is also the voice of early Kyler on Squidbillies. Okay, cool. Despite this, Gomeshi was always a pretty decent interviewer. Sucks that he's a douchebag, sex pest, abuser. Yeah. A really large fall from grace. Again, like I was saying, part of the reason that people reacted so strongly to this at the time was because he was like the untouchable CBC golden boy. And then digging into how CBC covered up and completely enabled his abusive, toxic behavior with zero consequence for years, and that only retroactively, once stuff started to come out, did they start to cover their asses over it. But completely enabled this horrible, toxic workplace for interns and women that had to work with them for literally years. If Billy Baum had gone on to give a scathing critique of bland, smug CBC pablum, we'd be getting somewhere. That would be great. I would be fully on board with all of that. Ram should don a goatee and be uncooperative for the rest of the stream. Everyone starts asking me questions, just I don't know. I don't have any idea. I don't know. Is the sling blade voice out of bounds? That's what I would double down if Billy Bob was getting mad at me in an interview. I'd be like, so Billy Bob, while we're talking about gravy, if you are familiar that sometimes here in Canada we mix gravy and cheese curds and some French fried potatoes. Mm-hmm. just to really twist the knife. How do you like that, Billy Bob? You want some French fried potatoes? Mm-hmm. Good movie, though. He would actually murder you. Yeah, look at this man. He's ready to kill at that moment. He's ready to kill. Cool. This is a Joker origin story. I'm just copying Billy Bob's accent in the film. Okay? You ever seen Sling Blade? This is a big Oscar-winning film that he burst on the scene for. I'd rather watch a Tom Petty interview. I bet he was super nice and chill. Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He burst on the scene in Sling Blade, but in this interview, all Billy Bob did was sling shade. Oh my goodness. This is why they pay you the big bucks, Eric. This is why they pay you the big bucks. Jesus. Billy Snob Thornton. Oh my. People still being very kind to Gian in the comments, probably without knowing. Without knowing what happened with this man after the interview. Silly Bob Thornton. Now that's just taking it too far, carrier wave. This is a family broadcast. Some people call it a coddled, mediocre, state-funded broadcaster. Mm-hmm. No, it wasn't Billy Bob that took this guy down. No, he enjoyed a few more years of success after this. And I guess it was around 2016, 2017 that the fall of Gian Gomeshi happened. This wasn't in 2009, was it? Oh my god, it was. It was 12 fucking years ago. My goodness. I'm super old too. Folks, I have to solicit some subs before we continue. Now listen, I know we haven't accomplished anything on the stream so far. I know we haven't accomplished anything. You can't say it hasn't been entertaining now. You can't say the stream hasn't been entertaining so far. I've got to solicit some subs and then we'll move on and actually talk about something serious. Good old Rob to talk you through all this. Okay, I'm going to solicit a few subs and we'll continue. And I'll actually talk about serious shit. Gen X Bushy, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Silly Rob Thornton. Oh my gosh. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk us through all We actually did accomplish something. We found the base.
Solicited.
Thank you, Jeremiah on Twitch. Thank you. We actually did accomplish something. We found the basis of the Santa skit and the term cosmic gumbo. Did he actually use those words? I was only half paying attention. Am I a Blue Jays fan? I'm not really a baseball guy. I'll watch the Blue Jays if they're in the playoffs, though. I'm not really a baseball dude. He said Cosmic Cowboy. Okay, yeah. I see. More of a basketball fan. I'm a Toronto Raptors fan. The playoffs start on Saturday. I'm very hyped for that. Who you got in tonight's play-ins? Who's playing tonight? To return, be at a place in his life. Who is playing tonight? Why can't I figure this out? Pels, Clips, Atlanta, Cavs. I am going to say it's very unfortunate, but I think the Hawks are going to beat the Cavs. Which is unfortunate for the Cavs because they were having a great season, a very feel-good season. And over the last couple of weeks, they've kind of slid a lot. And now I think they are going to lose to the... Hawks and will be out of the playoffs after tonight.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hello, 9.
Thank you, Pissed. Thank you, Pissed, for the 200 friend coin. As long as the Nets lose, I'm happy. The thing is, I would like for the Nets to beat the Celtics as well. All I want with the Celtics and Nets series is a nice long war of attrition. So give me 7 games of that series. The Atlanta Hawks, they're pretty good. They got Trae Young. He's one of the best scorers in the whole league. And Pels Clips, You know what? I think the Pelicans looked really good last night. I would like for the Clippers to lose, but I think the Clippers are going to win the play-in game against the Pelicans. So I'm going to go tonight with the Clippers and the Hawks. Good thing I have the Atlanta Hawks Tremors hat. Yeah, that's right. You're going to fit right in. How do you think Barnes will do in his playoff debut? I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to have a great series. He's ready. He's a superstar in the making. And I think Pascal is going to have a great series as well. I don't know if the Raptors are going to win. I hope so. They definitely have a chance to win, especially if playoff Harden shows up. Reason away seems to agree. It's always better than nothing. Nothing at all. Back at the exact right time. That's right, Progressive Canuck. How do I hear any more subs here? This is a tough crowd today. Even after all my efforts to entertain you all. You just mock me. That's the only response that I get. Unbelievable. This version of the song is so good. I love this. I didn't see the thing about Chad is giving Rob the Billy Bob treatment. It's true.
You can count on me. You're gonna have.
Thank you, Progressive Canuck. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the gifted sub. Do more southern accents for subs. It seems like that's not working to bring in the subs, though. It seems like it's having the opposite effect. I want to be known as a serious journalist, not a famous MIDI air drummer. As a southerner, I've been the most mocked individual on today's
computer
stream.
to mark up the size of the account.
He came from somewhere back in her long ago. The sentimental fool don't see trying hard to recreate what had yet to be created once in her life. She musters a smile for his nostalgic tale, never coming near what he wanted to say, only to realize it never really was.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for the 200 friend coin. I really love the lyrics to this song. The lyrics are so great. Talking about another favorite song, Margaritaville, which I know all the lyrics of. This song too. I love this song. It's about a delusional man. Similarly non-toxic. Well, this is more toxic masculinity in this song, I guess. I love the lyric as he rises to her apology.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Remember when Rob said salt and sugar?
I don't recall that. Thank you, Starlight, for the 200 friend comment. I don't believe that's accurate, though. I love the lyric, though. He's this guy, and the subject of this song. He's like waiting for this girl to apologize. He's waiting for her to apologize, and all his friends are like, "What's the matter with you?" Like, she's not only is she not going to apologize, she's literally leaving you. And what are you doing? You're waiting around for her to apologize? It's not going to happen, sir. You know, there's something I really like about that. We've all been there. I still think I was right about the lyric. Okay? It's Jimmy Buffett that was wrong. Okay? I'm doubling down. I got a copy of Superman Red Sun, and I know the story is sort of shit, but the aesthetics are great. Yeah, it's enjoyable, isn't it? I like it. I like it. It's fun. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not great, the story, but the aesthetics are very cool. Definitely, it's a fun but ideologically fucked book. What's your favorite part about being an authentic Southern man? Really, it's just my ability to melt into different cultures overall. You know, I'm just a big fan of that. Instantly vanishing into different communities and fitting in seamlessly. It's one of my favorite pastimes. He speaks a dozen languages, knows every local custom. He does a dozen different accents. He speaks English in a dozen different accents. Okay, so I'm going to get into this somewhat controversial subject. This is somewhat of a controversial subject here, folks, but I'm going to try and remain have my usual nuanced take about this, about the disinformation, please. Sinchel's making margaritas. That sounds nice. That sounds nice, Sinchel. I thank you for supporting me in my different accents that I do. King of nuanced takes. That's right. Outrun, you ratioed me so bad. This is unbelievable. This is fucking unbelievable. Okay, where do we start here? Where do we start? I guess I'll call up this tweet. This is as good a place as any to start this conversation. This tweet from the Surfs. So here you have this tweet from the Surfs, and I've talked about the Surfs before. I've gone on Lance's show before. I think overall Lance is a decent guy. Tries to talk about good things generally. I've had issues certainly with certain takes that they've had and whatever. We don't need to litigate that. I don't want to single them out or call anyone out or start beef with anyone in this segment. But you have the Surfs talking about Jackson Hinkle and Infrared, who have been now banned on Twitch. And they say, I guess they flew too close to the Bucha massacre was a false flag operation by Ukraine because Alex Jones and QAnon forums said so. So I'm a little uncomfortable with doing an end zone dance over this. I don't think this is really something that people should be celebrating. And to preface this entire segment, none of anything that I'm about to say is a defense of the Infrared show or Jackson Hinkle, who I don't really like these guys. I've talked a lot about the whole patriotic socialism thing that they're kind of a part of, and all the ways that I feel like that's chauvinistic and insulting to victims of genocide and imperialism. They had numerous brain dead takes about the whole trucker the trucker convoy stuff a few months ago. The whole idea of like we got to organize the possible socialists in the trucker movement. There's this disaffected working class spontaneous movement. I don't agree with a lot of the things that these guys say. I don't particularly like either of them. They've targeted people that I like for harassment and sent people after people that I like. None of what I'm about to say is a defense of any of these guys. And both of these guys, both Jackson Hinkle and Haz, I think during the course of this Russia-Ukraine invasion, the invasion of Ukraine, have taken on this very like non-nuanced pro-Russian kind of Russian chauvinist stance, just kind of like uncritically repeating like every single thing that Russia has said about this, which is something, as you know from watching the show, that I don't agree with either. I don't agree with any of that. So I don't want anyone to get the impression that I'm like that I'm defending these people like as people or as human beings. But this is not something, they're not being banned from Twitch in this case for like being shitty people or having bad takes, but for a specific reason. And again, just referencing the whole Bucha massacre thing, I think it's a reductive way of putting it as well. I talked about my issues with this narrative the other day, and the reason that I think it's important to question some of these narratives isn't because of like Alex Jones and QAnon forums, but it's because of the long documented history of the West and NATO arming and funding right-wing extremists to carry out war crimes against civilians, which there's a long documented history of this. This is not some wacky conspiracy theory to question this. Now, as I said when we talked about this, I wouldn't just come out and declaratively say, no, it's a false flag, this is all fake. I wouldn't say that because we don't know what happened. But I also don't think it's a good idea to just uncritically swallow the Western version of any of these events right now either. I don't think that's a good idea, and I don't think this is something that, regardless of what you feel about these guys, you should be like celebrating right now. Because the reason, as someone points out in the chat, too many windows open. As someone points out in the replies here, it's possibly because of this Financial Times story, which is here. Financial Times, the story about Amazon's Twitch bans channels after researchers find pro-Russian propaganda. And like I said, they also suspended the account of a communist woman whose family is stuck in Donbass, so I don't need to see this kind of fucking preening from Western social democrats. And if I lost a debate to Lauren Southern on my own platform, I would simply shut the fuck up. I'm carrier wave. I mean, I'm just reading that from the chat. Don't want to start any beef with anyone. I talked about the issues that I had with platforming Lauren Southern and how I was against that and thought that was a bad idea. And I agree that that was not a good thing that anyone who associates with the left should have been doing. I agree with that. There are serious issues. Ukraine was there 3 days before claiming this, announcing they plan to cleanse the place of Russian sympathizers. That's what Ukraine put out. I don't know what happened either, but shutting this convo down is very, very bad. Yeah, I think it is bad. It is bad. It's not good, and it's not something that people should be celebrating, I don't think. Even if you don't like these guys. That's not what this is about. It's not a personal thing about these guys. But that this is about what information is allowed to be propagated on these platforms. And this is like setting what I think is a really dangerous precedent. And this came up. I can't look at this. I don't have a Financial Times subscription. Oh, can I see it? Oh, interesting. I can't actually look at it because I guess I have a free click or whatever. I also have some screenshots in the Discord server. Like I was saying when this came up before, like when they were banning RT and stuff like that. And again, RT broadcasts a lot of stuff that I don't agree with. If you think that hardline pro-Kremlin line, editorial line is like bad and harmful, okay, like that's fine. It's okay to have that opinion. The issue here, though, I think, is that like this is only this kind of censorship is only happening in one direction. Like I said, when the RT stuff came up, using Israel as an example, like when Israel is bombing Gaza, it's actually not a problem to go onto Twitch, to go onto Twitter, to go onto Facebook or YouTube and say like, Gaza deserves to be bombed because of Hamas. Hamas is using human shields. Hamas is putting offices in all these residential buildings, and that's why Israel is forced to do this. I mean, that's the pro-Israel, hardline pro-Israel and pro-Western stance, which is propagated endlessly in our mainstream media. And I think that's abhorrent. I think that's an abhorrent thing to say. I think it's disgusting that someone would go online and openly defend bombings of civilians, which is what happens when Israel bombs Gaza. However, I don't think people should be banned for doing this. To me, I don't agree with it and I don't like it, but it's a legitimate viewpoint for someone to have. It should be a legitimate part of our like discourse. And again, I think it's abhorrent. I think it's detestable. I think it's disgusting for someone to go on that. Or if America is engaging in military operations in Somalia or Afghanistan or wherever else, it's not a problem for people to go online and justify that and to say Saddam, it was good. Like if Iraq was going on right now, it would not be a problem for anyone to log on to Twitter or Twitch or YouTube or Facebook and say Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. The invasion of Iraq is good. And these people civilians are being killed so far, but they're militants and they're sympathetic to the insurgency. So that's what happens. I think that's a disgusting thing to say. I think that's a horrible thing to believe. But I think we can all agree that no one's going to be banned for going on Twitch or whatever and expressing these viewpoints, as abhorrent as I might find these viewpoints. So, to me, even if someone is going online and defending this very pro-Kremlin, like kind of Russian chauvinistic viewpoint, even if someone is doing that, again, I don't agree with that. I've pointed out my own problems with the Western narrative about all this, the way that we've downplayed the way that this conflict started in the first place, the role that the West and NATO has played in provoking this, the role that the West and NATO have played in arming and funding and training these right-wing militias and neo-Nazis. I don't agree with the full 100% pro-Russian line on this either, and I've pointed that out as well. Nevertheless, though, I don't think that's an illegitimate viewpoint to have. I don't think someone should be banned or banned from social media for expressing these viewpoints, even if I don't totally agree with it. If you're pro-Palestine, why would you celebrate the shutting down of RT? It's the only place a lot of pro-Palestine stuff could reach an audience. Like we talked about before, Biggerwig also, it's the most popular foreign news outlet in Latin America. They do a lot of really good journalism in Latin America. It's very popular there. And like we talked about, like before this invasion kicked off, we were watching stuff from RT, and I made this point. You can still view this stuff on the channel when I was talking about this. But I very specifically made this point that, like, we wouldn't have to watch RT to get that perspective if we actually had a mainstream media that was devoted in explaining the different viewpoints on this, which we don't do. We have a very one-sided pro-Western narrative that's propagated on Western media, and any deviation from that is just not part of the discourse. So you literally have to look at state media in order to even understand what these perspectives are, because we don't talk about it in Western media. It's really fucked up how so many socialists are falling in line and doing the imperialist work by shutting down and smearing anyone skeptical of the official narrative. Crad babes. And once again, just in case anyone is confused about this, I'll mention it again. I'll have to mention this a few times so people understand where I'm coming from, just in case, which is that none of this is defending any specific people or individuals that are being caught up in this. But we do need to talk about how this is a really dangerous, slippery slope where these tech companies are having the ability now to shut down anyone that is expressing a viewpoint that runs contrary to the relentless Western version of events which are presented in our mainstream media. And it's not going to stop with this. This is kind of the problem, and this is why I'm concerned about it, because I talk a lot about these same issues, and I do not also want to get caught up in this kind of shit. And you know full well, as the kind of new Cold War, new Red Scare stuff continues to pick up steam, this kind of thing will eventually be used against anyone sharing the pro-Beijing viewpoint, which, as you know from watching the show, I do fairly often. And I just know that no matter what you think about, Haas or Jackson Hinkle or the people that are being caught up in this, it's not going to stop there. And this idea of banning or censoring anyone that's expressing views outside this Western narrative, even if you don't agree with them, is really dangerous and not something we should be supporting and like cheerleading. I think that's really dangerous. I think we just all need to be aware that we've been lied to, either about atrocities or about who is responsible for them, and we're stuck here in the West with the disinfo machine going burr. That doesn't mean denying anything, but it does mean exercising a little fucking discretion and not just repeating a narrative you have no primary source proof for. Or, Lana, like sometimes you have the primary source is literally Azov Battalion. That's the source for a lot of the information that's coming out about this. And by the way, as we pointed out, there's been plenty of pro-Ukraine disinformation being shared by all kinds of people. How many streamers uncritically shared that Snake Island story about the brave Ukrainians that said, go fuck yourself, Russian warship, and were killed, were tragically killed immediately afterwards, which did not happen. Many streamers uncritically repeated that. Where are the disinformation police about that? Well, it turns out they're nowhere to be found, because sharing pro-Ukraine disinformation is actually totally okay and encouraged. It wasn't just random people that were doing that, but literally disinformation experts themselves were doing it. Let me just scroll down the chat here. Relying on these capitalist platforms like Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, etc. to have a measured, even hand with respect to contrary viewpoints is pointless. Well, I agree, GMO Radio, but that's a problem when that's what, like, we have a mainstream media that's completely united in expressing this pro-Western viewpoint with zero deviation from that. That's kind of what's supposed to be the whole purpose of the internet, is to be able to have the ability to counteract that. And if that's getting cut off from these platforms as well, there's literally nowhere you can really go, or there's only a few places left that you can go to do that. And on Twitter and on Twitch, this is the reality, and on YouTube, this is where the audiences are. That's where the big audiences are. So you can get cut off, and sure, you can find places probably to express these viewpoints, but you'll have less and less impact actually reaching people and challenging people's perceptions about what's going on. Hate how libs and people aligned with the West have this privilege where they have unlimited leeway to jump to conclusions about every aspect of this murky conflict characterized by disinfo and fog of war, and they love exercising it. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. CNN was literally caught just today out by running a positive story about Azov child soldiers. I think that might have been disinformation though, Lana, because I don't know that was actually on the CNN website. I think that may have been a doctored tweet, although if it was true, I would be happy to take a look at it. But that's the whole point though, is that we do have to kind of be careful about what's out there. And we shouldn't be taking this stance about disinformation where anyone that is sharing one kind of disinformation, apparently that's bad, but other disinformation is just A-okay. So again, this is not something that I think people should be like happy about or like should be celebrating over, regardless of what you feel about these guys. It's not about them.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, GMO Radio, for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. And we're going to look into next, as the title of the segment says, I'd like to look into who is actually making these determinations about what counts as disinformation that needs to be banned and censored and what doesn't. And I think we'll find some results. I was posting some of it in the Discord server earlier, but I think we'll find some kind of non-surprising results about who is actually running these campaigns to root out this kind of disinformation. And do they have their own ideological agenda? I think we'll find that, yes, they do. Because here's the piece. Amazon's Twitch banned some channels after researchers find pro-Russia propaganda. Live streaming platform has sought to block harmful misinformation after Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. I mean, this is another problem, too, is that this has a chilling effect on all speech, right? like I've said a couple times on the show talking about this, I'm very, very conscious at all times about what I say, and I am often self-censoring because I'm concerned about getting caught up in the same web. That's why I've made extra care, and I hope everyone in the community understands this. I've taken extra care over the last month or 6 weeks or however long it's been to be extra nuanced and extra clear about presenting information about this and not making like big, bold, declarative statements about false flags or any kind of that stuff, whilst at the same time asking questions and trying to challenge the Western narrative that's being presented. But it's like when things like this start to happen, it has this effect. It's like it makes me just not want to talk about this shit at all, or to just kind of flash the Putin bad text permanently. I mean, that's the whole point. Yeah. That's the whole point, though, is that it makes you feel like you need to censor yourself when you talk about these things. By the way, the article is old but real. It's from 2018. You can still find it in the Times and a similar one in the Mirror from this year. Okay, yeah, okay. So the picture is real. Okay. I guess I saw it in the context of like it was a new thing, and like it was like a Starship Troopers thing where it's like that's how great the conflict is going, that they're recruiting like 12-year-olds to fight in the conflict. The Amazon-powered Twitch has moved to ban several accounts on the live streaming platform after research detailed how pro-Kremlin propaganda has spread on the network. Shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine, Twitch said it would move to prohibit harmful misinformation actors from using our service. But a report from the Tech Transparency Project detailed multiple accounts pushing pro-Kremlin falsehoods, such as claims the invasion was denazifying Ukraine and a Russian special operation. Other streams peddled falsehoods about biolabs being set up in the war-torn country. And the whole thing about denazifying Ukraine, I mean, I've talked about this before too. I don't think we should take Putin's claim of a denazification at face value, but while not taking it at face value, we should still continue to examine the role that Canada and the United States and NATO has played in indeed arming and training and funding neo-Nazis in this region for the last 10 years. That's a real thing. That is a real issue. That's a real problem that we have contributed to. And the biolabs are a real thing too. Maybe not the content, but they obviously exist. I beg people to understand like how much of a slippery slope this is, and to divorce your own personal feelings about any of these characters from what is going on here. Putin is arguably to the right, or at least largely politically aligned with these far-right groups. Well, I mean, there's elements of that, yes. I mean, Putin is right-wing himself, so that's true. That's exactly why I don't take these claims of denazification seriously. But I still think it's really bad that these neo-Nazi groups have been folded into the Ukrainian military establishment, and that NATO and the West have been arming and funding and training these groups. That's exactly why I doubt stories that come out about crimes that have been committed in Ukraine, precisely because of this long history of arming and funding these groups to carry out these exact kinds of atrocities. And that's not to say that the Russian army is great or cool guys, or that war crimes haven't happened, which I have no doubt that there have. I have no doubt that there have. But that doesn't mean we need to take all these claims at face value, especially when they're coming from literal neo-Nazis, which is a very real thing that is happening right here. And yeah, I mean, like I talked about the Israeli example or America, but again, it's worth pointing out this idea of disinformation and what that is. And again, what would be happening if it was 20 years, if the internet existed in this sense 20 years ago, and the Iraqi invasion was kicking off, and you had people downplaying Saddam having weapons of mass destruction, or downplaying the Colin Powell's speech to the UN, or talking about the yellow cake uranium, or all these false stories which were propagated in mainstream media in the United States. Would there be the same result? Would there be the same result of people saying like, spending a pro Saddam disinformation? We have to ban all this. Like, this is exactly what would have been happening. Like, that's really, really bad. Like, we know that these people will repeatedly lie about these things. Or taking the testimony of that Narilla, that famous Narilla testimony, when she talked about the incubators and the babies being taken from into incubators and thrown on the ground. If Twitch existed in 1999 or whenever that was, and we had said, like, no, I think she's full of shit, actually, I don't believe any of this, would that be described as, like, pro-Saddam misinformation that's harmful and needs to be eliminated? The serfs would have fallen for the Naira testimony. I agree with that. I'm sorry to say, but I agree with that. This is what I mean. There's a long history of Western media, and we can, like, as we know, they like to pretend that there's some kind of degree of separation or independence in Western media, that we have a free press. As we all know, that's not true. We do have state media in the West as well. Even if you might have this degree of separation, that these privately owned businesses, they're all funded by the same people. They're funded by the military-industrial complex, the oil companies, etc. And it's a nonstop propagation of disinformation about all kinds of subjects, which is totally fine. And now we're making this exemption when it comes to this pro-Kremlin propaganda, that these people that need to be banned and censored. And again, I'll keep saying this, but no matter what you feel about the people that this is happening to, this is not a phenomenon that we should feel good about. Twitch banned several accounts cited in the report. This is the report by the Tech Transparency Project, which we're going to look into after. Twitch banned several accounts cited in the report and was investigating several more, it said, after being presented with the findings on Wednesday. While we have continued to see low volumes of harmful misinformation actors on Twitch, we have suspended several violative channels under this policy, including some who were specifically dedicated to spreading misinformation related to the crisis in Ukraine. And again, folks, there's been an amazing amount of pro-Ukrainian disinformation being spread on all kinds of platforms, including by the very people that are celebrating this. The Snake Island, there's been countless examples already. People have been sharing images from video games, saying, oh, this is the Ukrainian military shooting down a plane. They've been sharing images of Gaza being bombed, saying, look at this horrible image of Ukraine. Like, this has been happening constantly, right? And where do the disinformation police care about this? Obviously not. And again, many of these same people that have been gleefully sharing this information are now celebrating about this kind of pro-Kremlin propaganda being censored. This is really not good. I'm sure the TTP is above board. Oh, we're gonna see about that. We're gonna look into that. The dude who shot down 100 million planes. Yeah, the Ghost of Kiev. Did the people sharing the Ghost of Kiev story, did they get banned and censored? Obviously they did not. The only Ukraine reports I trust are Terrell Star. I mean, that's seriously just driving around tweeting out war crimes. Yeah. That's right. You see he's trying to grift into like a business selling authentic Ukrainian clothing and stuff now. Good for him. It's Wild Rooter said to debunk the Kharkiv kid finder. Yeah. There's no information on UAF casualties. That is kind of suspicious. Well, again, many people have been propagating all kinds of stories about Ukraine has destroyed 10,000 Russian tanks and 30,000 Russians have died in this. And there's no limit to what you can say about what has been going on. When the version of the story that you're peddling is that Ukraine is actually winning this conflict and it's going really great, that's totally fine. And the disinformation police is going to leave you alone over that. Several of the accounts appear to be monetized, meaning the account holder and Twitch shared revenue generated from advertising, says Katie Paul, TTP director. TTP's findings reveal major holes in Twitch's policy enforcement at a time of heavy Russian misinformation about the war in Ukraine, the report said. Amazon's enormous resources give it ample means to better monitor Twitch, which is one of the most popular live streaming platforms today and reaches a vast audience of young people. The incident demonstrates how platforms have found it difficult to cope with the disinformation war being waged alongside the conflict on the ground in Ukraine. with material being created for Western dissemination posted from within Russia as well as by supporters in other countries, particularly the US. And by the way, it would be the one thing that could kind of make me reconsider some of this is if any of these people were being actually funded by the Kremlin and not disclosing that. Like, that's something somewhat legitimate that I could see, okay, maybe there should be some blowback for that, or there should be some consequences for that. If you're being funded by these foreign governments, you should at least be honest about that. But that's not what any of this is saying. No, they kind of word the language in such a way that that's kind of suggested, but that's not what anyone is being accused of here. Dylan Burns went on a wild rant at an Irish European Parliament member for demanding peace in Ukraine, saying she was a disgusting Putin apologist who was demanding Ukraine roll over, and that it was hypocritical because the Irish fought for liberation and that it was justified to fight for liberation and freedom and democracy, basically advocating that Ukraine should and would be justified in having started the war. Rob, your analysis is always very nuanced and well-sourced, likely because you're a grown-ass adult who's capable of absorbing and filtering through propaganda to get a clearer view of the reality that's actually happening. I don't think you'll have to worry about suffering the same fate as these two. Important to remember that Haas and Hinkle are in their early 20s. They're reactionaries who just want to get clicks. They'll repeat anything that suits their narrative. And Progressive Canuck, I mean, again, like I was saying up front, I don't agree with this, like, 100% pro-Kremlin, pro-Putin, kind of Russian chauvinist viewpoint that either of these guys were expressing. I don't agree with that viewpoint. The point is, though, should this be allowed as part of our discourse? What counts as disinformation and what doesn't? Is that a legitimate viewpoint, even if you disagree with it? Right? Like, this is me doing the fucking Voltaire thing. Liberals love to do the Voltaire thing only when it's Nazis saying one thing, right? They say, I may not agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. They'll say that to people on the far right. But when it comes to people questioning stories about Western imperialism, that's all of a sudden they forget about this. They forget about these ironclad free speech values that they apparently have. And I guess this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing today. Because I don't agree with most of what these people say. But the question is this a legitimate viewpoint? Should they be censored for expressing this viewpoint? And is this a slippery slope that is eventually going to be used against anyone that is sharing a viewpoint that contradicts or asks critical questions about the relentless Western version of events as the sort of new Cold War picks up, as our tension in the West with China continues to escalate, and we've seen it just over the course of this show. We've seen it exponentially escalate just over the last 2 years. This is not going to stop. And my concern is that this phenomenon of these like disinformation police, who we're going to look into in a few moments, determining what does and does not count as legitimate viewpoints, is going to start casting a much wider net. This is what I'm concerned with right now. If you read closely, it says Infrared got suspended when the Financial Times asked for comments in the chat, which makes it seem like he was being looked at by Twitch at the time. That's possible. I mean, the impression that I got was that the stream ended. He kind of ended this. I didn't see the clip or whatever, so the impression that I got was that he shut down the stream when these questions started coming. But I could be mistaken. I'm not sure. Yeah, and fuck Dylan for coming for Claire Daly like that. She's an absolute treasure of humanity and actually has the guts to say what's needed. Yeah, absolutely. And we watched her clip the other day, and it was phenomenal when she talked about putting blame in the hands of the West and talking about the role that the West has played in provoking this, which is a viewpoint that I agree with. So one account, Infrared Show, had been verified by Twitch, allowing it to receive additional monetization benefits such as waived fees for cashing out income from the site. Twitch has deemed this account worthy of being part of their partnership program, Paul said, so much so that Twitch is covering the cost of the payouts for someone who's repeatedly streamed misinformation. The channel had almost 20,000 followers. It was banned shortly after the company was contacted by the Financial Times on Wednesday evening, as were 3 others cited in the TTP report. Twitch declined to comment on why specific channels were banned in order to protect the privacy of individuals involved, a spokesperson said. Twitch, which was acquired by Amazon in 2014 for $970 million, announced its updated abuse policy on March 3rd, told users that streamers who made one-off statements of misinformation could not face bans, but that it would remove users who persistently breached its criteria for harmful behavior. Twitch's statement echoed those from other big social networks seeking to prevent dangerous material from proliferating on their sites, which, again, only happens in one direction. Only happens in one direction. This dangerous material. Again, if you want to share the 100% uncritical pro-American viewpoint, the 100% critical, uncritical pro-Canadian viewpoint, the pro-Israeli viewpoint, as detestable or as abhorrent as I might think that is, that's not a problem for Twitch. That's not a problem for any social media. And as much as I think it's disgusting, I still think it's a legitimate thing to go and talk about, even if I disagree vehemently with people that share these viewpoints. Infrared shows programming regularly contained hours-long broadcasts from an unidentified man who appeared to be American, repeating lines similar to those emanating from the Kremlin. I couldn't help but laugh at this. A watermark reading, Vladimir Putin is good, was on screen for prolonged periods. I mean, while not celebrating anyone being banned for sharing viewpoints, non-Western viewpoints, maybe that's not the smartest way to approach these things. Maybe that's not the best way to do this. That's, if you're a Twitch cop, you have to tell us. Yes, you do. Otherwise it's illegal. If you're a disinformation police. And everyone that watches the show knows that I'm very nuanced, okay? And everyone knows, especially over the last 6 weeks, how much of a effort I have made to be especially nuanced and very clear in my presentation of information and the way that I understand things. Such an idiot. It's like at that point, it's like you're kind of asking for it, even though I'm, kind of making a defense of this. You're a little bit asking for it when you go that far. Sometimes it is good not to meme. Yeah. The channel was abruptly suspended. Okay, so maybe this is what you're talking about, Red Scary. Was abruptly suspended moments after the FT used the stream's chat function to ask for comment on the claims. So maybe you're right, that Twitch was looking into it at the same time and then pulled the plug. Shortly after the ban, the stream was restarted on video sharing site YouTube, owned by Google. YouTube did not immediately respond to request for comment. The Tech Transparency Project. Well, what is that? These are the disinformation police. The Tech Transparency Project. This is the report. Amazon owned Twitch, spreading Russian misinformation on Ukraine. This is what is getting Twitch streamers banned from the platform. Putin good, Russia bad. That's really the ultimate. That's the ultimate troll take you can possibly have at this point. Okay, well, get ready, Lana. So, I mean, the Financial Times broke down this report, right? So we can. It's pretty much everything that we just read is in the report that we just looked at. There's some more examples of the different stories. And again, I will preface this by saying, I don't agree with uncritically taking the pro-Kremlin, pro-Putin, pro-Russia line on any of this stuff. or even though I think it's important to ask questions about certain incidents that have happened, I don't think it's very wise to declaratively make statements about false flags or biolabs or any of that stuff when you don't actually have the information. I'm against doing that. That's not something that I do on this show. That's not something I'm going to do. That's not what this is about, though, whether I agree with doing that or not. Because, as we said, you can make these kind of declarative statements as long as it is the pro-American viewpoint, if it's the pro-Western viewpoint about any of this stuff. Like I said, I use the example of Gaza and human shields and just basically repeating the political line coming from governments. That's what kind of this is about. It's about repeating uncritically the viewpoint that is expressed by governments. So no one is going to be banned for repeating viewpoints that uncritically represent the views of the United States government or the Israeli government or the Canadian government or British or Australia or any of these rules-based international order countries. But now when someone uncritically repeats the viewpoint of these of like the Russian government, whether you think that's a good or if you think it's a good or bad thing or you don't think you agree with it or not, these people are being targeted to be removed from the platform and being censored and the disinformation police are looking into them. So who are these? Who is the Tech Transparency Project? Are you ready for this? Lana, this is for you. About us. Who funds the project? Well, look at that. Couple of things stand out here in who funds the Tech Transparency Project. You got the Open Societies Foundation. The two that stuck out to me were the Open Society Foundation and the Omidyar Network. So these philanthropic efforts by Omidyar, who's the founder of eBay, who started The Intercept, and who Pierre Omidyar, yes, who is connected to the 2014 Maidan protests in Ukraine and has been linked to these far-right groups in Ukraine as well. And what's the Open Society Foundation? What's this Open Society Foundation? The Open Society Foundation, founded by George Soros, are the world's largest private funder of independent groups working for justice, democratic governance, and human rights. We provide thousands of grants every year through a network of national and regional foundations and offices, funding a vast array of projects, most of them shaped by the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. And here's an article from the Open Societies by none other than George Soros, entitled "Keep the Spirit of the Maidan Alive." And the Maidan coup, which we know from a lot of the how we've talked about this a lot, the Maidan coup, in which this was a Western-backed coup. It was helped by
you've just become an elite
foreign
member
NGOs.
Of the Friendship Triangle.
Kijiji Genie, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, hang on one sec.
A little bit better.
Yeah? Are you drinking your water?
I was, but now I don't have time. How would Oh no, Dad.
What?
It's two twin brothers. We're supervillains.
He's talking about my 2 Lenins. Just give me a moment. Take a little break here. We're getting into the heavy stuff, right? Just take a few moments here. Can you not play with my Lenins, though?
But the lemons are coming to Captain.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Sankara.
Gummy bear.
That wasn't gummy bear flavor.
Oh.
Can you put those down, please?
Wait, only the red one's gummy bear flavor.
Yeah. Can you put those down, please?
I want gummy bear flavor.
Did you come down here because you wanted my computer? Is that it?
No.
No? Well, buddy, I have to continue doing some work. And I can come and take care of you in a little bit. What time is it?
Uh-oh. He's thinking of soup. Thinking of a...
Don't play with my Lenin dolls.
What are London dolls?
What's my bust? It's not a toy. It's supposed to sit there on my shelf.
Where's the bottle?
Buddy, why don't you go back upstairs and have some more water? What?
There's a super villain. A glider.
We're going to continue this important discussion soon, everybody. Just take a little break here.
Yeah, look. It's glider.
Buddy, can you go back upstairs for a little bit while I finish my work?
Daddy. What's up?
Well, that's what I just asked you, and you denied it. I asked you if you came down here to get my computer, and you denied. You said no, didn't you?
But look, glider iPad thing came off, and the glider came off of him, and it went flying.
That's not a glider. It's a pin. I don't need to poke yourself.
No, it's just gonna, and then it went right through his heart.
This is my Alberta Advantage pin. The Wheat Board Defense Corps.
Huh? What's happening?
My friends in Alberta Advantage.
And then it through his heart, disintegrating him. Blah. Until he fell off a cliff and died. Until he fell off a cliff. And he didn't die quite yet. Fell.
Okay, that's good.
Very long distance and asked, Dad, did he? Dad, how come when Mufasa fell, he died?
Well, I think he got trampled by all those animals, right?
What are those?
Chat, what was the animals in the stampede in Lion King? Were they wildebeests? What was that?
Why was Mufasa like?
They were the hyenas. The hyenas were like the evil creatures, but they weren't the ones that were stampeding. They were wildebeests. Okay, yeah.
But why was?
You don't have to sound so clinical. You gotta just be open and honest about this stuff.
But Dad.
Yeah.
Can I tell everyone you are our nemesis?
Okay.
X-Fighter.
X-Fighter?
Yes.
I
drew him, remember? I'll
yeah.
you a picture.
That's my arch nemesis?
Yeah.
You're gonna show a picture?
I'm a spy.
Okay. I'm not, though. The wildebeest stampede was a false flag. We have to ask questions about that. Who started the wildebeest stampede and who benefits from it? That's the question. I think he's coming back down. We'll continue this discussion in a few minutes, okay? I was getting right into the heart of the conspiracy. I was exposing all kinds of the nefarious actors behind this censorship campaign. Who benefits from being interrupted from that? I wonder who sent him down here. Very interesting. I'm Rob's arch nemesis. No, Red Scary, we're friends. You're my friend. We just have playful ribbing. That's all. You torment me in the chat, and I torment you with my terrible accents. Okay, and it's fun. It's part of our fun relationship. It's like a game to her. Scar was correct. He simply wanted to get rid of the lion supremacist system, and a naturally occurring famine on his watch is hardly his fault. He doesn't control the fucking weather. Uphold Scar thought. Scar did nothing wrong. Start unloading my AK. Oh yeah, playful ribbing. Yeah, of course. What's this? That's X-Fighter? Oh my gosh.
Does he look like a supervillain, Dad?
Yeah, he does. I really like his hair. Look at that.
That
Oh my
hair
goodness,
looks like
that's scary.
Syndrome.
Yeah, he looks like Syndrome, the hair. That's right.
And this is Sigma Man.
That's Sigma Man on the back?
That's you.
Oh my goodness.
This is you.
Yeah, it's harder to see because it's in pen. I really like that though. That's good. Yeah, that's me. That's Sigma Man.
I'm going for you, Rock Fighter. Let's have a dart. I'm gonna use my blaster and blast you away, Sigma Man. Does that sound evil?
Sigma Man, that's right. That's my superhero name. I think that's a character that has legs too. If there's any artists in the chat or photoshoppers, I would love to see a Sigma Man Photoshop.
Wait a minute. Sigma Man
Yeah.
is.
I'm asking if anyone in the chat wants to do a Sigma Man picture of me to show you.
But also, I'll tell you me.
I really like your drawing. It's very good.
But look how evil X-Fighter is.
Yeah, I know.
But look what he's saying. Elizabeth. Oh, really? Sigma Man. Whoa! Hey, watch where you go. Let me think about that. No! Woohoo! Woohoo! Ah, stop it! What did you say, Sigma Man?
It's really good, buddy. I really like your drawing. I really like it a lot.
Says who? Says I. Says laugh. Oh, really? Is that so? You want this? And now cut? And come and get it.
Okay, shh. Little quieter.
Does he sound scary?
Yeah, he sounds really scary, yeah.
Wait! Oh no!
Two sides of one piece of paper. What is Venom saying about Rob? Interesting question.
Who's Venom?
That's what they call you. Because they know you love Venom.
Oh yeah, but Dad.
Yeah?
I forgot to draw a mustache on you.
That's true. It's okay.
Don't worry, we can turn your mustache invisible.
You can turn my mustache invisible? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, look what he says. I'll destroy whole world. Wait a minute, Dad.
Yeah?
X-Fighters tried to kill Sam I Am.
He's trying to kill Sam, I am. You gotta get Sigma Man to come in and help them.
Also me.
And Argman. Right?
Yeah, but
What's
also,
Arg, though? What's Argman?
But Dad, you know what? Rowan is also a superhero.
Yeah? What's his name?
Tornado Man.
Tornado Man. Oh, my goodness.
But Nicola is a super villain, and he's Thunder Man.
You can count on me.
Thunder
You're
Man.
gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Fellow patriots, I have intel that I got my learner's permit today, and also I got intel that James Harden is about to choke harder than ever before against Toronto in the playoffs at Rob Rousseau.
Thank you, Coal Mine, for the 15 months of Tier 1. Congratulations on the learner's permit. And I agree with you about playoff Harden. I agree.
Oh, no!
Raptors in 7.
Oh, no! Look what X Fighter did to a harmless Triceratops.
Oh, he turned it into a skeleton. Oh, my goodness.
That means X Fighter is gonna pay.
Oh, my goodness.
That means X Fighter is gonna pay.
Yeah.
But don't worry, I put his skin back on.
That's good, buddy. Good job.
But guess what?
Yeah?
One time, my dad and me went on a mission to find a nut monster.
A nut monster?
Yeah,
Oh, my. I don't remember this mission.
I remember it. That's when we were training to be superheroes.
Oh, all the nuts that fall from the trees outside? Is that what you're talking about?
Remember last year when I was a toddler and we went on a nut mission?
Yeah. Well, you weren't really a toddler last year. You were still pretty big last year. You're 6 years old now.
Well,
You
Dad.
haven't been a toddler for a while.
Well, Dad, does this... And he invented rocket boots so he could fly.
He has rocket boots. Okay.
Just like Syndrome. That's when he was younger. He watched The Incredibles, but he chose to be a bad boy and became like Syndrome. So that's why he put gel in his hair and put rocket boots.
Okay. He put gel in his hair. Okay. All right.
And he became a super villain. X-Fighter. Write down X-Fighter.
They're doing it there in the chat, see? X-Fighter, like there. Doc Hollywood is saying X-Fighter.
Who's Doc Holly?
Doc Hollywood is one of the chatters.
Is he your friend?
Yeah, they're all my friends.
Hey.
Don't start touching the keyboard, though. You're going to mess stuff up.
Hey.
Yeah?
Hey.
What?
Me, Argman, do not trust this villain. Do you trust him? Because I don't.
No, I don't trust him either.
Because he's your arch nemesis.
X-Fighter cannot fight the power of Sigma Yacht Rock. That's right, pissed.
Hey.
That's okay, I guess.
X-Fighter, if you are on my dad's Twitch, show yourself.
X-Fighter's not there in the chat. No, that would be really dangerous.
Look what I'm doing. I'm doing what Mesa does. Everyone, Mesa is Steve's arch enemy. Hey, who's that guy?
That's Jeff Goldblum.
Did you get rid of the screen over next to him?
No, I mean, this is part of my work that I'm doing.
Look, X-Fighter's upside down.
Oh my gosh.
It was upside down. Hey, look at this.
I feel like my hands are warm right now. I can't tell if you have a fever or not.
I could, but your fingers are cold.
Are they?
Yeah.
My hands feel very warm right now. I can't tell if you're warm. Maybe we'll take your temperature after.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, X-Spider had hacked your computer.
Oh no.
Wait a minute. Let's see on Twitch
my
what he
goodness.
says.
Is it Jeremiah on Twitch?
Hello, sir. Sigma Man. You want anything more? Ha! Ha! Wait a minute.
That's
I
very
better go
scary.
to my leader. Mega Grind.
Mega Grind? That's X Fighter's leader?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's my nemesis.
That's
So
rich.
I'm the leader. I'm the leader.
You're the leader. I'm an adult man though. I'm literally your dad. Come on, let me be the leader.
No.
Come on.
It wasn't me who was laughing. That was X-Fighter.
It looked like you to me.
No.
I thought that was you.
I was just opening it in my mouth.
Oh, okay.
Well, wait. I'm just gonna open my mouth. But look how someone. But let's see if someone laughs. That was X-Fighter.
It seemed like it was you to me.
No, it wasn't.
Oh my gosh.
Wait a
You can
minute.
count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, they run in Mega Grind also.
Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs. Can you say thank you to Comrade Social Distancing?
Yep. Thank you. But no, we're not finished this important meeting.
Okay. I was actually kind of in the middle of something, but that's fine.
My cat arch nemesis is Tiger Guy.
Tiger Guy. That's the cat that's Momo's nemesis?
You can
Yeah.
count on me. You're
And
gonna have good
also-
old Rob to talk you through all
Oh
this.
And
my
also-
goodness.
Please
It
save
als-
us from
it
X-Fighter and Mega
also-
Grind.
And also,
Well,
and also,
thank you, Bigger
and
Wave.
also Lucas's arch nemesis, Barnacle Guy.
Barnacle Guy. Oh my gosh. Listen, you gotta listen.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old
Listen.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Please save us from X-Fighter and Mega Grind.
Oh. Don't worry, sir. Good evening. I will save you. Right, Dad?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Ah!
See all the Momos?
Yeah.
Because they're thinking about Mega Grind and X Fighter, so the Momo's getting mad at them.
Wait, you know what I'm thinking about?
What?
I'm thinking about the Chill Kid, eh?
Oh, don't start with that now. Don't start doing Lanky Box stuff now.
Oh, that wasn't me.
I think it was you.
No, I was just opening my mouth, but it was X-Fighter.
Gosh.
Are you really scared?
Did you try a cheeseburger yesterday?
Yes!
How many bites of it did you have though? Two bites? Okay.
Whoa!
It was fine. He tried it.
Frog.
Yeah, there's a frog dancing. Yeah. Wholesome leftist dad.
Oh,
comment.
that wasn't me who was laughing. That was X-Fighter. Wait, talk to X-Fighter, Dad.
X Fighter, show yourself. Why do you keep laughing and pretending that it's my son doing it? That's not cool.
Wait a minute. 'Cause I just want to make my leader proud.
That sounds very evil.
Because we're on a mission to destroy Sam I Am.
That's very sinister.
Ah, his mom's gonna be really sad. Wait a minute. This will always be for you. You want me to sew yourself? Well, you want me to sew myself? Then I'll come and sew myself.
Ah,
What?
how dare you? Now you're covering me up.
Hello.
That's too scary.
Why is it Why is it wait, are those Mario things?
It's teenage me with a mushroom on my head. Yeah,
That's teenage you.
that's right. Yeah, don't ask me to explain it. I don't understand it. I don't know why that exists.
Guess what? My dad was a basketball player when he was a teenager.
That's right. I can hoop. That's true.
But
Yeah.
now I can hoop too.
I'm going to teach you. And you can you hoop, we hoop in our backyard a bit.
And guess what? I have a Michael Jordan shirt.
You have a Michael Jordan shirt. That's right. It's all about making buckets. That's right.
Yeah. Hey.
You prefer the original Space Jam to the new one, right? You like the one with Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I also like the one with LeBron James. He's my favorite character.
Okay.
But guess what?
What?
My favorite monster is Bang!
Bang?
And my
It's cool that you know the different Monstars' names. I didn't know they had names until recently.
And,
I saw that movie
and my
years ago.
favorite Looney Tunes. Bugs Bunny!
Cool. Yeah.
Because I like what he does. What's up, Doc?
Classic. Yeah.
Until I shredded up my Metro Man picture and my Mega Grind picture and my mom's blender.
The shredder, yeah. You shouldn't be shredding stuff. That's dangerous. You shouldn't be doing that.
But Mega Grind's in my arch nemesis. But guess what?
What?
When I was at school, I was fighting Evan Cooper, aka Mega Grind.
Oh my goodness.
It was a tough battle until he was killing himself, so I won.
Kind of dark.
But
that still counts. That's a legitimate victory, though.
But Mega Grind thought he was winning.
Yeah?
But I was winning, because
She was mistaken.
Yeah. Take for yourself, Evan Cooper. We have to think of a way to stop Mega Grind.
Yeah.
We should
Maybe
stop
we should stop Mega Grind with our words and ideas.
Oh,
Maybe
Dad,
we should win in the market.
I got something. It's the Moo-Laka-Moo.
The Battle of Ideas. Have you ever heard about that?
No, Dad, it's the Moo-Laka-Moo.
Yeah. From Green Eggs and Ham TV show?
Yep. But I'll tell you the name of Sam I Am Mom. Pam I Am.
Pam I Am, okay. Have you ever thought we could invite Mega Grind to a debate?
What's the great?
We could debate our different viewpoints.
Wait, but guess what?
What?
But guess what?
What?
They're trying to destroy they're trying to unblock a portal to get to Green Eggs and Ham. Yeah, let Green Eggs and Ham World be.
Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah, that's very good.
You know, Evan, when you were a little child, you were just hired as an adult with no parents, and you are an adult, and you were hired and you were hired to be called Mega Grind. Actually, he's a kid. He's a kid supervillain.
Okay.
Wait a minute. We have another phone call. Dad, it's Tiger Guy. Maybe Momo will handle this.
Buddy.
Meow, meow. Momo, my arch nemesis. You're always gonna die because I'm a Tiger Guy.
Buddy. Why don't you, now that you've come and visited, I've still got to do more work for another, hour and a bit.
What is it?
Why don't you go back upstairs now?
But not yet.
Okay.
The Moo-Laka-Moo's dangerous stuff.
Okay.
But it turned out the mom was actually an international super spy.
All right.
Yay! Season 2 came out, baby!
Okay. Buddy, why don't you say goodbye now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There's
Okay.
still important meetings.
I was kind of in the middle of it. I was exposing a big scoop. Right at the crescendo of a big investigation I was doing.
Hold the picture. Hold the picture.
Okay. What are you doing?
This still I don't know. Everyone, I'm using these headphones to make this Twitch get more superhero-y. And did you comments below when Justin turned evil from the evil massage face glasses? Oh no, I heard Mega cried.
Okay.
Okay, this need more time.
Careful.
Okay, let me do for today. See, my brother Lucas is called Mermaid Boy.
I don't know if he wants to be Mermaid Boy. I don't know if he's that into that.
Mermaid boy, mermaid boy, mermaid boy, mermaid boy, mermaid boy, mermaid boy.
You have a whole theme song? You have a whole theme song?
Mermaid starts with M, I can tell.
That's right. That's right, it does. Good man.
Yeah!
You're gonna be able to read soon.
Yeah,
cool.
I gotta read when I'm an adult.
Not even when you're an adult. You'll be able to read when you're a kid. Pretty soon.
I live in bow tie. Yeah. Yeah, I'm making burger. But guess what?
What?
I ate a cheeseburger yesterday.
Yeah, I know. That was very exciting.
Yeah, I tried the new food.
Yeah, you tried new food. I was very proud of you.
Yeah. They made burger. Yeah, a burger. Yeah. I'm Pennywise. Oh, you'll float here too.
That's so creepy, buddy.
Did I sound like Pennywise?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be watching that, though. What YouTube content is showing you Pennywise? That's not good.
It's Dory from Finding Memo. What? I think just down from the bottom. Oh! Yeah, I'm making burger.
See, they're putting burgers in the chat. See, they say we're proud of you.
Yeah. A burger. Yeah. It's Pennywise. Oh, you look here too. Ah! Wait a minute. Guys, have any idea who a supervillain is? Hey, put pictures of supervillains. Got it?
Here's what I'll do. You can explain who this is. Who's this?
I don't know.
Who's this?
Huggy Wuggy.
Oh no, who's this guy? Who's that guy?
Huggy Wuggy.
Huggy Wuggy. Oh my goodness.
And when he kills...
He's very scary, isn't he?
When he kills you, he goes like this. Ah! And eats you.
Yeah. Do you like this guy?
Yeah, but he's so cute to me.
You think he's cute?
Yeah.
Oh my.
But he also has a mom.
Yeah, who's his mom?
Mrs. Huggy Wuggy.
Mrs. Huggy Wuggy.
But there's also a disturbing killing Willie. But that lady is called Mommy Longlegs.
Mommy Longlegs, okay.
And just wait a minute. Show everyone a picture of a supervillain. They're gonna sign pictures of supervillains.
We're looking at pictures of supervillains now. That's
Huggy
what we're doing?
Wuggy's kind of evil.
Yeah,
we
he
have,
looks pretty evil to me. He looks very creepy.
but I think he's cute. He's adorable.
Well, that's nice that you don't
I
judge it. You don't judge a book by its cover.
But guess what?
It's very important.
I'm not scared.
That's good.
Because I'm a superhero. Yeah, you already know when I first watched Turning Red, I was a little bit scared. I was spooked. I was crying. I did not want to see the part. No.
Of what?
But then when
Of seeing red?
Luke he is watched it.
You don't like when the mom gets upset and seeing red, right? It made you upset. You didn't like that. It made you upset.
And also, I stayed brave like a hero.
That's right. Yeah, you did.
Man, I love Despicable Me. Dad,
What?
Look at Huggy Wuggy. He has teeth inside of his teeth. He looks like Venom.
Yeah, it's pretty spoopy.
Wait a minute, Dad. Show someone a picture of a supervillain.
Well, we looked at Huggy Wuggy.
Huggy Wuggy's not a supervillain. He's an evil monster.
That's kind of being a supervillain. It's not the same thing.
No. Supervillains don't eat people. He eats people.
Pretty villainy to me. Nope. Buddy, I really have to get back to my work now.
Dad.
Do you want to say goodbye?
Let's see a picture of Trader.
I don't know who that is.
Train eater. He eats trains, but he stole it. Uh-oh, Dad, look what X-Fighter did to your face!
That's not Starlight saying that's a supervillain. No, I think it looked cool. See, I'm smiling. I have laser eyes.
Why Starlight said it was a supervillain?
I think he's trying to mess with us. He's spreading disinformation. Oh, no, there's more of them now.
More supervillains?
They're spreading disinformation now.
Oh, you're gonna die, supervillains. Another supervillain.
Yeah. Okay, buddy, I seriously have to get back to my work now.
But Dad, this meeting, it can't be over yet.
Why not, though? I have to finish doing what I'm doing.
We have to show everyone what a supervillain looks like.
Okay, if we do that, can we say goodbye after?
Okay.
Okay. There's Huggy Wuggy. Do you want to see Lex Luthor?
No.
He's a supervillain.
Lex Luthor.
Then who do you want to see? What supervillain do you want to see? After that, we have to stop. After that, I have to go back to doing what I was doing.
I want to see a cool supervillain who we never saw before.
Who you never saw before. You've seen all of them, though. You want to see Dr. Doom?
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
That's what we're going with.
Dr. Doom looks super spoopy.
Oh my goodness, look at that guy.
What's his name, Dr. Doom?
I don't know. You'd think if someone has the name Dr. Doom, it's like they're pretty much fated to do mean stuff, right? You don't have a Dr. Doom that's like a dentist or something like that. It's like you're destined to be.
Doctor Strange
Kind
and
of a-
Dr. Doom?
I don't know.
They're both doctors. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's a robot.
I think he just has like a metal mask.
What is he saying?
Then I recommend you reset your watch, Mrs. Storm. Dr. Doom doesn't make mistakes. That's what he says.
I don't make mistakes. But no. Do you know who the supervillain we never saw before?
Who's that?
Mesa. Let's show people a picture of Mesa.
Okay. No, we're not going to do that right now.
What?
Well, I'll be right back, folks. Okay? I'll be right back. Say goodbye. Are you going to say goodbye?
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. But I have...
What?
Mesa.
Oh no.
Oh, what's going on with this?
This is probably going to be showing something that I don't want to see. Hold on. Oh jeez, this is a disaster.
What? What's the disaster?
Hold on.
Mesa. What does Mesa start with?
M.
What? I go to the Sims.
I'm just putting up an image on the screen. Okay. Okay, say goodbye. Bye.
But we did not see Mesa.
Okay. Okay. Jesus, that was long. That was a long time. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at this in a moment, Lana. I have this. The Kiev Independent is a big part of the sort of disinformation puzzle. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. I was right at the crescendo. Of my serious subject that I was trying to explore. It took me off of it a little bit. And it's going to take me a little time to get back to where I was there. I'm glad everyone enjoyed that, though. I like when he comes and visits us. I like when he comes and visits us. That was maybe not the best timing, that's all. Gotta know more about this nut mission. Because we have these trees in the back of our yard that they drop these big spiky Nuts. I think that's what he was referencing. The superhero correspondent. Man. I really love that guy. He's a good guy. It's not... I don't know if it is a chestnut. I don't know. They're like these big green nuts and they've got like spikes on them. And there's this... It gets to a point in the late summer when they just like drop all over the yard. And they're like these big, sticky, spiky nuts. Oh my god. Okay. How do I get back to what I was doing? Conkers. Okay. You know what? I kind of have to go to the bathroom too. Now that since I'm now on a enforced break, I do kind of have to go to the bathroom. So anyway, Putin good. That's the basic takeaway that we should have here. Yeah. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Here we go. Seamlessly transition back into what we were talking about now. Easy. Okay. Time to seamlessly transition back into what I was talking about earlier. Piece of cake. This is where I'm a professional streamer, folks. So, yes, the Tech Transparency Project, which is the organization that is doing this research about disinformation on Twitch and other social media platforms, and discovering who is sharing this harmful disinformation, pro-Kremlin disinformation, and Twitch is now censoring content creators based on the findings in these reports. And we're looking into the Tech Transparency Project and who funds these who funds this project, who funds these institutions that are now making these decisions. We're going to take a look at the Omidyar network afterwards. But we're focusing on the Open Societies Foundation, funded by George Soros. And talking about Soros is like tricky, right? Because the right wing, as you know, for the last, for years now, he's become this kind of right-wing boogeyman. And every time that anyone on the right wants to talk about a vast Jewish conspiracy, they don't use the words vast Jewish conspiracy. They just mention George Soros. And that's kind of the wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the sort of anti-Semites on the far right about this like Jewish conspiracy to do whatever to destabilize society with refugees or whatever the fuck they say. So it can be tricky to talk about Soros because we should be able to talk about this guy who's the globalists, exactly, the globalist conspiracy theories and all this stuff. So we should be able to talk about this guy who does indeed put a lot of resources into things such as this that we need to look into. I think of him as another rich asshole. I mean, that's part of it. And just to be clear, when we talk about this, we're not talking about any vast Jewish conspiracy, but we are talking about this guy and what role he has played in Ukraine specifically and in the end of the Soviet Union. I mean, Soros is someone who personally contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the massive human rights devastation that entailed. And who is involved in now through philanthropic efforts like the Open Society Foundation, is deeply involved in an NGO capacity in what has been going on in Ukraine, specifically with the Orange Revolution in the 2000s, and we looked at this piece from Soros in 2014 about the spirit of the Maidan. We've talked about the Maidan protests and the way that this was a Western-backed movement, regardless of how organically it may have began. It was a Western-backed movement to destabilize the corrupt but somewhat neutral government that was in place and install a pro-NATO, pro-Western government, which was abetted by the far right. The far right were deeply involved in these Maidan protests. You had duct taping Romani people to the lamppost. Had the spirit of the Maidan. Yeah, and in the Maidan, these far right nationalists burned people alive in trade union buildings and committed horrible atrocities during this period. So when we talk about this, let's be clear that we're not talking about any kind of vast Jewish conspiracy. That's not what this is about. But we should be able to still talk about what role Soros has played in this and other affairs without trying to extrapolate anything about some vast anti-Semitic conspiracy, which we do not believe in and we don't support. Just to make that abundantly clear here. So you have this piece, Keep the Spirit of the Maidan Alive. You've got this piece here in Canadian Dimension. This is a piece by Eve Engler in Canadian Dimension, revisiting our secret role in Ukraine's 2004 Orange Revolution. In the past 2 decades, Ottawa has plowed sizable resources into anti-Russian nationalist elements of Ukrainian civil society. And Soros comes up in this. So, talking about the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, the political figures who drove the Orange, and I'll send a link to this in the chat. This is a piece that you should check out. Yeah, I know that he has been crashing the Christia Freikorps speaking events. Yeah. The political figures who drove the Orange Revolution were a former central banker, Yukashenko, and Yulia Tymoshenko, who would go on to become the first woman to serve as prime minister in the history of Ukraine. Yukashenko advocated for Ukraine to join NATO and adopt International Monetary Fund reforms. Washington had become unhappy with President Leonid Kuchma, who was viewed as too independent. Kuchma extended the lease for Russia's Black Sea Fleet in Crimea, sold weapons to Saddam Hussein's Iraq, and supported reversing the flow of an oil pipeline from the Caspian to Central Europe. In his 2007 book, The New Cold War, Revolutions, Rigged Elections, and Pipeline Politics in the Former Soviet Union, Globe and Mail reporter Mark McKinnon details the role played by the NED, USAID, the Open Societies Foundations, a grant-making network founded and chaired by business magnate George Soros, Canada, and others in supporting the civil society opposition. McKinnon writes, with the Ukrainian opposition, jointly led by Tymoshenko and Viktor Yukashenko, the former central banker, signaling clearly at the end of 2003 that it wanted Western help in overthrowing Kuchma, George Soros and the various groups founded by the National Endowment for Democracy went to work making it happen. The NED's National Democratic Institute, reported McKinnon, even organized a secret pact between Yukashenko and Tymoshenko over who would become prime minister. So, again, this Open Societies Foundation, who contributed to the Orange Revolution in 2004, and who obviously supported the Maidan protests in 2014, are one of the philanthropic institutions that is funding this tech transparency project, which is now putting out reports about Russian disinformation on social media and getting people banned from these platforms for disinformation. And we can talk also about, I didn't look much into Bohemian Foundation and Craig Newmark philanthropies. Craig Newmark was the guy that founded Craigslist. So these are kind of like, it's a lot of these sort of tech billionaires who have formed these philanthropic endeavors, which are now funding this kind of research into disinformation and this kind of stuff. So let's take a look next at Pierre Omidyar and his connections to Ukraine. So that's, the Omidyar network. Click here. Real change requires reimagining what is possible. We need to invest to build more inclusive and equitable societies. Omidyar Network is a social change venture that reimagines critical systems and the ideas that govern them to build more inclusive and equitable societies for the benefit of the many, not just the few, across the globe. So let's look into Pierre Omidyar's role in Ukraine. So we got a thread by Louis Alday, who of course founded The Intercept. Pierre Omidyar. The Intercept's funder, Pierre Omidyar, is a deeply shady billionaire who funded a CIA-facilitated mechanism to create a crisis in Ukraine and exploit it, which facilitated the far-right takeover of the country in 2014. More detail. The Intercept's funder, Pierre Omidyar, is a deeply shady billionaire who funded a CIA-facilitated mechanism to create a crisis in Ukraine and exploit it, and which facilitated the far-right takeover of the country in 2014. So according to the Kiev Post, the Center UA received more than $500,000 in 2012, 54% of which came from PACT Inc., a project funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. Nearly 36% came from Omidyar Network, a foundation established by eBay founder Pierre Omidyar and his wife. Other donors include the International Renaissance Foundation, whose key funder is billionaire George Soros, and the National Endowment for Democracy, funded largely by the U.S. Congress. Why did Omidyar prove willing to come on board with such a known regime change sponsors as USAID and NED, to say nothing of Soros? Where else is he cooperating? It should never be forgotten that this kind of company he keeps. Why? While Omidyar was born in Paris and his parents moved to Maryland when he was young, he appears to be of Iranian descent. His mother was a Farsi linguist and as of 2016 was president of the Roshan Cultural Heritage Institute. As bizarre as it may seem, little information is publicly available about his father, including his name. He apparently was a urologist or surgeon at Johns Hopkins, and if that was the case, his name should be available. The secrecy suggests some sort of intelligence connection, perhaps to the type of upper-class émigré circles the CIA cultivates in America. It is a fact that the CIA station in Iran served as one of the agency's main bases for agent operations against the Soviets. The CIA and Mossad created SAVAK, the Shah's notorious internal political security service, and the Shah in turn gave the CIA a free hand to run operations against the Soviets. And this is all from this piece here, the CIA in Ukraine, excerpts from the CIA as organized crime, here in this piece in Dissident Voice, which I can share here in the chat. Weird, almost like these billionaires and state agents are using their vast resources to exercise their agency or something. That's not possible. So this is the basic question, though, right? This is the basic question about what is going on here. And these disinformation police, which are now deciding who is and is not allowed to share certain information on social media and what counts as disinformation and what doesn't. And this is the question that people have to start asking themselves, regardless of their personal feelings about anyone that's being pulled into this. And I include myself in that. Again, I've pointed out a couple of times, in terms of these guys like Haas and Jackson Hinkle, I've got many problems with these guys. I don't particularly like them or appreciate their analysis. But my personal feelings should not be influencing this in any way. Do we want to encourage a situation where these so-called, independent, nonpartisan institutions like the Tech Transparency Project, backed and funded by places like by philanthropic institutions like the Open Society Foundation and George Soros and Omidyar Network. Both of these, just these two examples, both of them have deep links to Ukraine and what has been going on there, including the destabilization efforts in 2004 and in 2014. And are we comfortable with these so-called nonpartisan operations funding research and determining who gets to talk about this on social media and what information qualifies as disinformation and what doesn't? Personally, I am pretty uncomfortable with this, and I think everyone should be. The idea that this is some principled, nonpartisan effort to have fairness in media and tamp down on disinformation is just like a fucking farce. And this is something that we should all be extremely alarmed by, I think, regardless of how we feel about the people being caught up in it, or this kind of pro-Russian, pro-Putin, pro-Kremlin, chauvinistic viewpoint that some of these people have been espousing, which, again, I don't agree with. The question is that a legitimate opinion? Is that a legitimate dialogue? Is that legitimate discourse? Or is it only, do we only want to allow this kind of discourse that uniformly repeats talking points that are like approved by the sort of Western media establishment and these kind of like so-called non-aligned philanthropic institutions? I think that's a really dangerous and uncomfortable situation that's developing here. I'm really going to start saying that people who dismiss this stuff are tantamount to being genocide deniers. Like, these ops have resulted in millions of deaths. Literally, if you dismiss it as a crackpot theory, regardless of evidence, you are scum to me. Yeah, I know, Lana. Last night we got 4K new followers to take us up to 6.5K, and then 5 minutes later they were gone. My theory is this Soros think tank would only fuck with over 5K, so they added the fake follows to get a screenshot. Thinly sourced theory, I admit. Yeah, I do remember that did happen on this channel a couple months back. I don't know what that was about, though. But I think it's a pretty normal reaction to be somewhat paranoid about this kind of stuff when we know what has been going on. Again, like, just taking the idea that these are somehow like objective or nonpartisan, you can look directly into the Open Society Foundation and this piece by Soros in 2014 about keeping the spirit of the Maidan alive. And that should be enough evidence for anyone to know that this is not some objective, nonpartisan resource here. These are highly ideological. They've got a highly ideological purpose, and they've specifically been playing a role in Ukraine to destabilize the government, to install pro-Western governments, to destabilize Russia. This is all part of the same process of, provoking this conflict, which we talk about, and it goes hand in hand. This exact process of these NGOs helping these regime change efforts go hand in hand with NATO and these Western military alliances arming and funding the neo-Nazis that have now been fighting in a civil war in this region for the last 10 years. I mean, they go hand in hand. That's why that Lukashenko interview a few months back was so interesting when he talked about the NGOs, saying like, in his terms, we're gonna massacre all the scum you have in these NGOs. That highly entertaining interview with Lukashenko. These NGOs, this is what they do, is they set up shop at these places, and this is their entire role, is using this facade of bipartisanship or this kind of benevolence to assist Western governments in these destabilization efforts. And again, this is not something, if you're on the left and you've been talking, no matter what your feelings are about any of this stuff, this is not something you should be supporting. Like I've said before, this would exactly be going on if it was 2004 and we were talking about Iraq. All this same shit would be happening if we were casting doubt on the narrative about that, about weapons of mass destruction, or the anthrax, or the yellow cake uranium, or the Niara testimony. Sorry if I keep getting the name wrong, but like, this is all the same. Like, this exact thing is going to be continually used to shut down these kind of viewpoints. It would have, and if the internet existed such as it does today at that time, the exact same thing would be happening. I want to see if I can find anything else about Omidyar, because I think there's some more specific stuff on this. And this is from Oliver Stone's... Shit, where did that go? So this is investigative journalist Robert Perry talking about the role of USAID, NED, Open Societies, and Omidyar-funded NGOs that took place, that worked to overthrow the Ukrainian government in 2014.
One thing we saw in the 1980s At that point, the Central Intelligence Agency had been largely discredited because of scandals that had been exposed in the 1970s.
For 15 years, the CIA has secretly financed overseas activities of the National Students Association. But then there came to light a fantastic web of CIA penetrations.
So when the Reagan administration came in, there was this concept that instead of having the CIA, which traditionally would go into these different target countries, funding their media, funding NGOs, funding different political operations. That was essentially farmed out to a new organization called the National Endowment for Democracy, which was created in 1983. And it would do pretty much what the agency used to do. It would go into one of these countries and it would support various political groups, train activists, deal with journalists, business groups, and try to advance U.S. foreign policy interests, sometimes against the interests of the host government, the target government. And beyond that, they received financial and other logistical help from the National Endowment for Democracy and other U.S. agencies that helped them training activists, working with journalists to get their side presented more favorably. They work on things like, how do you get traction? How do you get things to go viral? How do you then use that to generate support for your cause?
Does any of this sound a little bit familiar?
Was generated. Mustafa Nayyem, a founder of one of Ukraine's new media outlets, Hromadske TV, knew very well how to make something go viral. It was his notorious Facebook post on November 21st, 2013, that brought the first crowds to Maidan.
Я це написав просто, щоб почути, чи є ці люди, чи просто поговоримо десь у Фейсбуці.
Alana, this is from Oliver Stone's movie. This is from Oliver Stone's movie about the Maidan.
On November 20th.
We should watch that movie, even though it will probably be fucking evidence to remove this channel from the platform as well. And that's why I would like to reiterate to anyone that's watching this that none of anything that I've said has been an effort to defend people that I don't really like or agree with about much of anything, but it's a way to cover my own ass because I'm concerned that I am eventually going to be caught up in this web as well. And this is exactly why I've made such an effort on this channel to be as clear as possible about and as nuanced as possible about my views on this, and to not share the 100% uncritical declarative statements about any of these incidents, while still kind of asking critical questions about it. Yeah, watching it will absolutely get me clacked. Have you seen the breaking news? Is this going to be something to make fun of me? And here's this thing about the Kiev Independent. The Kiev Independent Deep Dive, the West's in-kind answer to Putin's propaganda. While staff members of the Kiev Independent grandstand about how independent journalism is the cornerstone of democracy, they're quietly being funded by Western governments, a fact that should ring alarm bells with critical media consumers. This is from last week. Alan McLeod, who I like. Kiev, as the Russian attack on Ukraine has come to dominate global news feeds, so has a previously little-known outlet called the Kiev Independent. Since its inception of November of last year, the Independent's profile has risen rapidly and has been promoted and endorsed by both social media giants and the corporate press. The Kiev Independent has become the toast of the town. It seems virtually impossible to turn on cable news without seeing its reporters on CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, or other networks. Its staff has been given the opportunity to write multiple op-eds in the pages of the New York Times and the Washington Post, something considered the ultimate seal of approval by many journalists. NPR listeners may have also heard interviews with reporters from the Independent. But while almost universally presented as a collective of unbiased journalists producing credible content, the Independent's history, funding sources, and the proximity of many of its key staff to Western governments suggest that the news organization is not nearly as independent as its name implies. Since November, the outlet has amassed over 2 million Twitter followers, up from around just 20,000 1 week before the Russian invasion of Ukraine on February 24th. Twitter also constantly promotes its content on its homepage, encouraging hundreds of millions of people to read and follow them. The Independent has also managed to raise more than $3.2 million from 2 separate crowdfunding campaigns on GoFundMe and rakes in more than $72,000 per month from supporters on Patreon. This is partially down to ringing endorsements from the likes of the Washington Post, CBC, CBS News, and PBS, who endorsed their funding drives as the perfect way to do something to help Ukrainians. Journalists with the Kiev Independent have done tremendous work covering the war, offering the world constant updates as they fear for themselves, their families, and their homes, the Post wrote. Meanwhile, the Times had regularly signal boosted its coverage as well, recommending it to readers as a way to avoid drowning in an ocean of information. Another article instructing teachers on how to discuss the war states that Ukrainian sources like the Kiev Independent are a good starting point as reliable news sources. In short, there's been nothing short of a ringing, wall-to-wall endorsement of the startup news organization. However, few, if any, of those reports and appearances hint at how close the Kiev Independent and many of its staff members are to Western governmental power. This is pretty long. I don't want to read this entire thing. The Kiev Independent was born in November when dozens of staff members from the Kiev Post clashed with ownership on the paper's political coverage. New Post owner Adnan Kivan reportedly wished his employees to be more deferential to the administration of President Volodymyr Zelensky, leading to an acrimonious split whereby dozens of Post employees were fired and began their own outlet. While some have pointed to this as an example of the Independent's credibility and unwillingness to be controlled, others are not so sure. Mark Ames remarked that the Ukraine Western-backed civil society, along with hardline Ukrainian diaspora, loathed Zelensky right up to the invasion, suspecting him of being insufficiently nationalist. Ames's Moscow-based newspaper, The Exile, was closed down by Putin in 2008. His analysis seems to have been proven correct by the Independent's editor-in-chief, Olga Rudenko, who wrote in the pages of the New York Times that Mr. Zelensky, the showman and performer, has been unmasked by reality and has revealed him to be dispiritingly mediocre. This is important, too. We talk about Canada's role in all this. I actually think we did talk about this a couple weeks ago on the show. The 30 Kiev Post staff members were immediately able to fund their new venture thanks to more than $200,000 in cash from the Canadian government, which made the donation through the European Endowment for Democracy. Outside of Russia, Canada has the largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world and has taken on an active role in trying to shape the country's political trajectory. This is something we've talked about a lot on this program, isn't it? And the specific role that Canada has played in creating this like far-right Ukrainian ethno-nationalist identity, which didn't really even exist up until quite recently. I've seen trans healthcare fundraisers struggle for weeks, make people open their wallets for giving to God knows who in Ukraine right away. I mean, including the unfortunate reality is including people like the serfs who shared fundraisers when this invasion kicked off, which were linked to Azov Battalion, and I think they correctly, to their credit, backed off from doing that. But it's an example of how everyone in the rush to show how against this whole thing they were and how much they wanted to support people in Ukraine were just putting money and sharing whatever they could, regardless of looking into who was responsible and who was benefiting from it. Yeah, I've never seen any of this for Yemen either. I've never seen this. I've never seen it as well. I really hope those reports of Russian long-range bombers getting ready for deployment are false. Well, that's the thing, Ian. It's impossible to know what's true and what's false because there's been amazing amounts of disinformation that have been shared throughout the last 6 weeks. This is the kind of point of this whole segment that I wanted to talk about, though, which is that some of our treasured disinformation police, disinformation experts, have been the ones gleefully participating in this sharing of disinformation. Our mainstream media is part of this sharing of disinformation. But we have the situation where we've determined that one aspect of this disinformation is good because it hurts Russia, whereas now we need these NGO-backed, nonpartisan institutions like whatever the fuck it's called. I keep forgetting. The Tech Transparency Project now putting out reports and determining who is allowed to say what on social media. Here's I'll share the whole piece, but this is if you want to look more into this about the role that the Kiev Independent has played in this and where they originally got their funding and why they exist in the first place, important to point out as well. Read it before they managed to take down Mint Press too. I mean, there's been so many, like Mango Press was taken down. They've all gone to Discord, the ASB military account. And maybe you could argue that some of these places were sharing misinformation. Again, I think if you're sharing that 100% uncritical pro-Kremlin line, yeah, you probably are sharing some misinformation. The question is though, why should outlets sharing that kind of misinformation be censored and taken down, whereas sharing Ukrainian disinformation, American disinformation, Canadian, Israeli disinformation, all that is not only not punished in any way, but it's openly encouraged. Again, yeah, you have outlets like the fucking New York Times who've participated in every single regime change effort that the United States government has ever taken part in. The New York Times has enthusiastically supported it and shared their own misinformation in order to justify it. And this is just okay. This is just part of our sort of media landscape. This is really, really troubling. No one will be banned for the Ghost of Kiev story or the Snake Island thing. That was a big part of it too. Because there's people that are doing end zone dances over certain people being suspended today who literally shared that kind of Ghost of Kiev shit, or the Snake Island thing. The brave Ukrainian soldiers on Snake Island who said, "Go fuck yourself, Russian warship." How brave and did not happen. Was not true. Was verified to be false. And these very people are now celebrating that you have these disinformation experts determining who is allowed to say what on social media. No one will be banned for it, and they shouldn't be. And that's what I mean. I agree, Duttmeister. But we know the country spread lies during the war. The misinformation only comes from one side, though. This is kind of the point. This is a really dangerous situation that we should not be supporting. And like I said, it's not going to end with this. It's not going to end with this conflict. As the tension with China increases, as this new Cold War escalates, and it's escalated a lot just since I started doing this show. It's been one of the main things we've talked about on this show since day one. As it is continuing to escalate, we are going to see more of this kind of stuff, and we will see more of these NGO-backed outlets saying we're already seeing it. We're already seeing in the New York Times, these are the Chinese influencers, these travel YouTubers who can't prove that they're funded by Chinese state media, but they're basically saying that China is good, and they're presenting a narrative about China that's against the Western narrative. So that means that it's disinformation and it's Chinese propaganda. And look, that's already started. And how long until these people, not only are they getting the state-funded media, the state media tag on these social networks, eventually it's just going to be removed. Eventually it's just going to be, you do not share this kind of viewpoint, any viewpoint that pushes back on this relentless Western narrative, or you're going to be taken off social media. This is what I'm concerned about happening. I'm not concerned about defending any specific individuals or anything that they've said or done in the past. I'm more concerned with this, the way that this is a slippery slope and the way this is going to eventually encompass a whole lot more than just these specific individuals. They're already making it difficult to retweet like anti-NATO memes. Yeah, or if you even click like on a link that has a link to a Chinese website, they're like, are you sure you want to like this content? Are you sure you want to like this content? And like, even for clicking the heart button on these things, and I'm sure that anyone that does click the heart on these China linked websites is going on some fucking list, which is going to get handed over to the NSA or CSIS or MI6 or whoever else. It's really alarming. It's really alarming, and it's something that we need to be against, and we should not be fucking doing end zone dances over this kind of thing escalating like this. Oh, Siparuski, I got the thing about you sent about the CIA in Ukraine. We've actually already looked at that Valentine clip, though. It's a great clip, though. We are already on that list. Absolutely. Absolutely. CBC regular David Frum. Yeah, David Frum, literally able to go and talk about war crimes and misinformation. Fucking David Frum is lecturing about disinformation on fucking CBC.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, goodness. Don Dark Sony, thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Don Dark Sony. They're going to make it illegal to tweet David Come. Yeah, we looked at it in a couple weeks ago. Siparuski. Me taking the NSA list of Rob heads and changing the heading to sexiest MFers alive. I've already told you, I've already put you all on my list. When they come knocking on my door, I'm gonna be like, "Don't worry, I've got all the different chatters that you need to be looking into here. I have a color-coded list of all the subversive things that they've said, the anti-American and anti-Canadian statements they've made. Do you want more details? I got a whole spreadsheet over here." Are you now, or have you ever been, one of the hottest people alive? You give the updated list to Cypher every Friday. That's right, HTA. That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah? What do you mean you messed it up? Okay, I'll be back in a moment, folks. Thank you. One moment. Yeah.
Really bad. That's why he became so mean.
Who is that?
Rod from Ice Cream. Hey.
Careful.
What is that? Is that a supervillain?
Yeah, Doc Hollywood posted some kind of
Supervillain.
I don't know if it is a supervillain or what. I don't know what that is.
Dad, come on.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Is that some sort of supervillain? Hello, Mr. Dad. That is supervillain.
Okay. Mm. You know, so we watched this a couple of weeks ago on the stream, but since we read about the CIA in Ukraine excerpt from Douglas Valentine, Siporowski sent across the actual clip, the YouTube clip. So let's just take a look at that while we're talking about all this subject, because it is relevant. We watched it a few weeks ago, but who cares? We can watch it again. And again, if you're like on the left, try to pay attention to this shit and try not to maybe contribute to it. I don't think that should be too much to ask.
After World War II, communism became the bugaboo, and the Soviet Union became the enemy. And even though, and one of the things the CIA did right after World War II was hire a lot of Nazis. Guys who'd been Nazis were now recycled and brought into the CIA. The Nazi rocket scientist, von Braun, went to work for the United States developing intercontinental ballistic missiles. So the Nazi past was forgiven, and Nazis went to work for the United States, including a guy named Reinhard Gehlen, who'd been the Nazi military intelligence officer in charge of operations against the Soviets
Nazi schmazi.
in Eastern Europe. And this guy Gehlen became the head of the CIA's main intelligence operator into East Berlin and areas like the Ukraine, where the Nazis had intelligence agents during World War II. And this guy Reinhard Gehlen, on behalf of his new CIA masters, just activated all the agent nets that he had during World War II The same thing was going on in Ukraine, although the Ukraine had very much large swaths of its population were fascists and were actively involved against the war against the Soviets and were enemies of the United States in World War II. After World War II, they became assets of the CIA. So the CIA
You've just
has
become
been
an elite
developing
member of the
fascist
Friendship
assets
Triangle.
in the Ukraine.
Metal Dipshit, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Metal Dipshit. Thank you very much.
For 70 years. And every year since 1948, when the CIA went into operation, it has had a station in the Ukraine with a CIA officer who's running operations. And those operations have all been directed against first the Soviet Union and after the collapse of the Soviet Union against Russia. There's a lot of momentum that has built up over 75 years. Vast agent nets have been put in place. Sleeper agents have been in place for decades, and they're all working against Russia, which is why nowadays it's so hard for the mainstream media and the government to shift and even consider for a moment having good relations with Russia. NATO, its whole mandate and its whole reason for its existence has been to threaten and roll back Russia and eventually sabotage and subvert it and put it out of business. And Ukraine, the CIA's operations in the Ukraine are the cutting edge vanguard of this effort. So if you look at recent events in Ukraine, you have to see them in that context. How for decades the CIA has been trying to recruit Ukrainian politicians, Ukrainian businessmen,
the correct
who are
phraseology,
sympathetic and compatible with Western American ideas and values and interests of fighting against the Russians, and recruiting them and putting them in place and setting them up with bank accounts, giving them paramilitary training, everything the CIA does across the board. Ukraine has been the vanguard of this operation against Russia. The details are in my book, The CIA's Organized Crime, how this works at the agent level, how the CIA would go around and work with, after the coup that threw out a pro-Russian government and installed a pro-American anti-Russian government, how the CIA already had security services and military people in place who were able to create private militias that would then work against individuals in the Ukraine who were pro-Russian, how they, just like treating it like South Vietnam or any other country that the United States occupies. And that is the situation in the Ukraine. The United States occupies Ukraine. Its government isn't an occupation government that's supported and funded and directed by the United States.
It's a client state. It shouldn't be controversial to admit that. It's not some. Ukraine. The Ukraine is not some shining beacon of liberal democracy in Eastern Europe. It's a U.S. client state. That's all, and that's what the Orange Revolution was about. That's what the Maidan coup was about. That's what the fall of the Soviet Union was about. It was about ensuring that it became a U.S. client state.
The Americans benefit, and those who don't are put on hit lists and they're targeted. And that's basically the history and the summary of what's going on in the Ukraine. And the CIA, through its agent operations, which have been in place for 70 years, is at the vanguard of that operation.
So is the intent and purpose of the CIA and American involvement in Ukraine to topple Russia, to balkanize Russia?
Oh, absolutely, but also to steal to take all the natural resources that are available there.
Now they're talking about emulating Israel, NATO's beachhead in
be
West
had.
Asia.
I mean, it's capitalism. It's nationalism, American nationalists who businessmen. I mean, as soon as the CIA arranged that coup and installed a pro-American government, Joe Biden's son became.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all
I think
this.
it was in the Ukraine. I mean, American businessmen just swooped down like vultures to take over all the, any business that could, that like mafia dons and mafia, gangsters that they could steal everything from.
And remember as well, when all the Hunter Biden stuff came out, about the obvious nepotism and corruption. By the way, thank you, Doc Hollywood. Thank you, Doc Hollywood, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Doc. When all that stuff came out about Hunter Biden and the obvious nepotism and corruption that was involved in there, with his dad helping overthrow the previous government, and then him immediately getting a fucking job for one of the biggest energy companies there. When that stuff came out,
you've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Goodness gracious. Gen X Bushy, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. I really appreciate that. All the support you've shown the channel, it really means a lot. Thank you. When all these news stories though came out about Hunter Biden and all this stuff, what did we say? It's Russian disinformation. And our valiant disinformation cops were the ones saying this. It's Russian disinformation. Don't talk about it. And these media companies literally just dropped the story. They killed the fucking story. And which they're now admitting was legitimate and was not Russian disinformation. You know what else was called Russian disinformation? Chrystia Freeland's Nazi collaborating grandfather, Michael Chomiak. When people questioned Chrystia Freeland about her fascist grandfather, who she has openly talked about how she admires and wants to emulate, what did she say? Oh, that's just Russian disinformation. It's just Russian disinformation. This is all part of this same process here of delegitimizing anything that counters this narrative. This is Douglas Valentine. Yeah, that's it. Right? This is not good. We should not be. No one should be supporting this.
That's exactly what they're doing, and especially in eastern Ukraine, where a lot of the natural resource industries are based. That's why it's so contentious there. The CIA, through its assets in private industry, is trying to bring all those people who are considered compatible into the American fold. You don't see it at its dirty level, the level of blackmailing people, the level of extorting people, the level of the CIA using its underworld contacts to squeeze these people and to force them out of business and to make life miserable for them so that they give up their associations with Russians and Russian businessmen. But that's what's going on at the very basic level. I mean, militias are being formed to terrorize anybody who's supporting Russia, and like in Donbass and places like that. So the details
and Zelensky himself, who campaigned on de-escalating this conflict and having peace in this region, himself was threatened by these far-right militias as soon as he started talking about, when he got elected and started talking about this. They said no, we're not doing this. No. And that's exactly what why the Kiev Independent was saying they hated him, precisely because they viewed him as being too pro-Russia and too moderate. Zelensky himself, he literally campaigned on having peace. He campaigned as like, I'm the candidate that's going to de-escalate this conflict and bring peace to this region. And he had literal press conferences that were interrupted by these far-right militias that made clear that they would be pursuing no such thing. That's always been the thing with Zelensky. As much as he's been held up as this heroic figure, he's got NATO on one side pulling him in one direction, and he's got the fucking far-right militias also on the other side who are armed and funded and trained by NATO, ensuring that he's never able to de-escalate anything, and the only option on the table is to escalate. But I heard Zelensky's iron balls can be seen from orbit. Surely he can't just be a pawn pushed around by Nazis in his own country and NATO. He indeed can. Soon just saying Kiev instead of Kyiv will be it will be enough to get deplatformed. I will never say Kyiv. Mark my words. Between this and the bombing of Yugoslavia, I just now have a very strong idea of what the West really thinks about Slavic people. We're cannon fodder or barbarian hordes or cheap labor, but not people. The further east you go, the worse it is. The whole thing really has left bitter taste in my mouth. Not going to forget, not going to forgive. Yeah, I understand, Lana. I mean, it gets into the whole concept of like whiteness, right? And who qualifies as being white and who doesn't. And it does kind of seem like even though Slavic peoples are to have white skin, they don't land under this umbrella of qualifying as being white people. That's why we have all these news stories about like the Russian mind and like the devious Russians. They're just bloodthirsty, and they love conquest and murder and deception and this kind of shit. It's going to rule when you have to sign loyalty oaths to right sector to access healthcare in Canada. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Let's just watch the end of this clip.
Again, which you would have to spend years studying to understand. I suggest you just read the books to see how the CIA has relationships with the security services in Ukraine. And as soon as the coup was launched, it took over control of those security services, and it started drawing up the hit lists of targeting people that it could go after. And the reason it's targeting the people that targets most highly are the people that are sitting on natural resources that American businessmen want. It's not going after, plumbers and carpenters. It's going after major businessmen. And that's what the CIA does. It paves the way for American business interests by using illegal methods, and by using illegal methods to install politicians in the Ukraine that will follow the American line. Everything that you don't know about that is going on, and that you're not told about by the media, which I should add is well aware of what's going on, but just doesn't tell you, because it's good for their business too.
So that concludes my segment on looking into who these disinformation police are. Again, it's not about any specific individuals, but we should be asking ourselves whether we're comfortable with these quote unquote nonpartisan NGO type establishments funded by places like the Open Society Foundation and Pierre Olimitiar. And should we be comfortable with these folks playing this role of disinformation police and deciding who is allowed to say what on social media and what qualifies as disinformation and what does not? To me, this is like really, really alarming. And like I said, this is not going to stop here. It's not going to stop with Russia,
you can
Ukraine.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
China has always been the real threat to the West over the last couple of years, and that's going to only continue and escalate. And these exact same people are going to be determining who is spreading the pro-Beijing line and who deserves to be able to have a platform and who doesn't. And that's not something that any of us should be comfortable with. What's the link so I can be banned on Facebook? I would like to get banned on Facebook, actually. That would be nice. Thank you, Red Wizard, for gifting a sub. I appreciate that, Red Wizard. And I can't imagine that all this lethal aid going to Ukraine is going to be free. After this is over, Ukraine is going to be even more hyper indebted to the West. Yeah, it's like you're pointing out too. It's like the lethal aid being sent to Ukraine literally being taken out of the COVID relief budget in the States. Yeah, just like literally it's like a 1-to-1 thing. It's like we're not going to spend on testing or any kind of COVID relief at all anymore. And that's all going to go to javelins now. It's amazing how they can just make $800 million appear out of nothing, right? I think that was the latest round of lethal aid in the States. $800 million. It's like, just like that. We simply changed the numbers in the computer to mark up the size of the account. It's funny how they can do that, right? Canada's ramping military spending up by billions of dollars, but also we need austerity. Yeah. We got to all prepared for the hardships, all the Putin shortages, all the Russia shortages, and the Russian inflation that's happening, and the Russian gas prices. Tighten those belts, disabled people. Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing I will say is that one thing we've talked a lot about on the show right up until 6 weeks ago was this feeling of like waiting for the other shoe to drop and waiting for the thing to happen that we're all expecting, right? And we're wondering when it's this weird feeling of constantly waiting for this moment to come that just never really comes. And it's like, well, it's safe to say this shit is happening now, hasn't it? The other shoe has dropped. So, it's pretty uncomfortable with where things are headed, but like no one said that any of this stuff was going to be fun. Right? Pierre Poilievre 2025. Poilievre mania is sweeping the nation. I don't know if I'm going to be back tomorrow because we didn't even talk about Elon buying Twitter. I guess I don't feel that much about it. Is Elon really going to make Twitter worse? Is that going to happen? Is Twitter going to become a haven of like crypto scams and fucking dumbasses? Like it is already that. Is that going to change at all? I'm not going to tell myself that Elon is somehow going to be better for free speech than it currently is. Like, consider, like, the reality is, I think I would probably prefer an outcome where these companies just left shit alone, even though that's very harmful in and of itself. I'm a proponent of censoring the far right. I agree with censoring the far right. Obviously, that's not going to happen. And I guess, like, the only real positive outcome of any of that is that places like Twitter just say, no, here we're not going to censor, we're not going to ban stuff. And like, that's going to be disastrous on a number of levels. But since the only one that ever seems to get banned is people that advocate this like non-Western viewpoint, if that's going to like improve at all, then that would be probably a good thing. Not that that's necessarily what's going to happen though. But I just don't see Twitter getting any worse than it currently is. Yeah, maybe you'll just make it totally unusable and we can all just be free. We can all just be free of this horrible place. But Trump got banned. Oh, he'll be back, though. He's going to be back. That's enough out of you, progressive Canuck. I think that's a nice lyric. Instead of being a reply guy, Elon will just delete accounts. Yeah, I can't imagine that it's actually going to be good for free speech as much as he's saying that. I'm not sure. I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm not sure it's going to get any worse. So in all honesty, I'm not sure when I'm going to be back. Because, like, it's Easter, tomorrow is off, and Monday's off. I'll probably try and come back for a bit on Monday. I'm not totally sure, but just, if you want to know the schedule, just get at me in Discord and we'll figure it out there. I probably won't be around tomorrow, but, I'll probably be back on Monday. I don't know. I don't fucking know when I'm going to be back. Who knows? I'm going to say tentatively Monday. Pretty Purdy approves the stream. Hell yeah. It was funny the other night, Gen X Bushy, I was super high and I was watching that clip about the Purdy shuffle and it was just I was so like absorbed in it. Don't forget to join the Discord and check out the events in the Discord. We got Kino for Comrades, we got Theory Club. All kinds of great shit going on in the Discord. Please join. Talk to y'all soon. Abolish NATO.